Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And making the top stories this morning, ICE-related traffic stops are apparently still ongoing. That's according to Channel 4, which reports that just this morning, one of their photojournalists spotted a white van making a stop of a vehicle along Nolensville Pike. There's no indication, though, that photojournalist confirmed that this stop is part of the same effort to conduct traffic stops and to find known criminal gang members that we saw over the weekend. Meantime, Mayor Freddie O'Connell is taking a different approach to these traffic stops.
This is a tough moment, and I am heartbroken that today many of our neighbors in Nashville are experiencing fear over family separation rather than the safety we all deserve.
Now, he told reporters yesterday that he sent a letter to Tennessee Highway Patrol requesting the names of those who were detained in the weekend traffic stops in areas of known gang activity. He also wants to know what charges were brought against them. Meantime, Governor Bill Lee was asked to comment on the arrest as well. And here's WSMV's Lydia Fielder on that.
He said, quote, Tennessee has a long track record of stepping up to secure our nation's borders and strengthening public safety. President Trump made it clear that states would play a major role in enforcing immigration laws and removing the most violent offenders. And Americans overwhelmingly elected him to do so. End quote there from Governor Lee.
We'll keep an eye on this story and report any more developments this morning. Other news of the day, President Trump is taking another swipe at Harvard University.
The Trump administration is now freezing Harvard University's research funding. The Education Department claims the university has failed to combat anti-Semitism. Harvard says it will continue to comply with the law and called the move retaliatory. The administration has already frozen about $2 billion, and the school has about $8 billion in federal grants and contracts.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Major market indexes dropped at the start of the week's trading. The Dow down 98 points at the end of the trading after a morning dip, and the S&P 500 slipped 36 points. The Nasdaq lost 133 points. Crude oil prices fell low after OPEC nations announced plans to increase output. Shares of Berkshire Hathaway fell after investment guru Warren Buffett announced over the weekend he will step down as CEO by the end of the year. Skechers being acquired by investment firm 3G Capital in a $9 billion deal that will take the shoe company private. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning are still pointing down. We've got the Dow futures minus 284, NASDAQ futures losing 220, and the S&P futures are minus 44 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash early on this morning in Madison. It's on Myatt Drive at East Old Hickory Boulevard. Careful of that one. Also, some spotty fog this morning, so you may want to add a couple of extra minutes to your commute. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Talk News.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? Welcome into a Tuesday, May 6th of 2025. We have a lot of news to get to. I don't know, Joan, I was listening to your report of, ICE in Nashville and all of this. And I've got all this audio from the mayor, Freddie O'Connell, from Jenny Welch, from the Metro City Council, Jeff Preptit. I don't know if that's his name.
I don't know who that is.
Metro City Council.
Okay.
And some others as well. Heidi Campbell, State Senator Heidi Campbell. And I guess I think we just have a truly differing opinion as to illegal immigration laws and immigration laws in this country and whether or not they should be enforced. There is a true disagreement among Tennesseans. And I love the audio bite that you played where somebody from, I think it was SMV, went and they spoke to Governor Lee, where Governor Lee said, listen, Tennessee has a long history of, working with the federal government and dealing with illegal immigration. And Governor Lee is absolutely right. And he was also right when he said that Donald Trump was elected in large part on the issues of illegal immigration. And so we have the media who, I don't know about you, Joan, but I'm watching all of this and I'm listening to all of this. And you want to talk about fear-mongering. And I do understand that, there are certain communities in our city and in our state that are worried right now about ICE and the dreaded white van and all these things. I get it. I do understand. Those communities are concerned. But here's the deal. There are millions of people across this country and millions of people in this state, as a matter of fact, who overwhelmingly did vote for Donald Trump. And they want our immigration laws enforced. And here's the other thing. When you look at the coverage and you listen to the likes of Heidi Campbell, let me play some of this audio. KGB, make sure my audio's up. This is Heidi Campbell, Tennessee State Senator.
Without due process or any sort of legitimate reason and snatch people up from their families off the streets, then there's no reason why they wouldn't decide to snatch people who, just didn't see things the way that they did off the streets.
What an idiot. Wait, did you hear what she said?
Play it again. Just
In other words, what she's saying is, okay, so they're taking, snatching people off the street, right? So then she makes this quantum leap. And now she's saying, well, the Trump administration is just going to start snatching people off the street that disagrees with them. Listen to how she frames this. Again, Heidi Campbell, Matt Murphy's best friend, by the way, totally kidding. And you know what? If she said that and she was in my studio, I would throw her out too. I really would. So listen to what she says.
Of legitimate reason and snatch people up from their families off the streets, then there's no reason why they wouldn't decide to snatch people who, just didn't see things the way that they did off the streets.
Really? So I happen to know for a fact that Mayor Freddie O'Connell and State Senator Heidi Campbell both disagree with Donald Trump and Bill Lee and the Republicans here in the state of Tennessee. Do they really think, I would ask Heidi Campbell, do you really believe that you are going to be snatched off the street? because you disagree with the president, you disagree with the governor, you disagree by and large with the Tennessee state legislature, the General Assembly, because that's what she said. She's basically saying that if you don't agree with the administration, with the president and the Republicans, then they're going to snatch you off the street. Can I tell you something? Not that I'm prone to snatch people off the street, but the last person I would ever want to snatch off the street is Heidi Campbell.
And decide to snatch people who, just didn't see things the way that they did off the streets. I mean, that is a very slippery slope, and we are very, we're wrong to support that kind of action.
So
it's like saying because they had tattoos, they were being snatched off the street.
Right. And it's just so ridiculous because nowhere, at least in these audio bites, that these are. I think these are from Channel 5. I grabbed a bunch of audio from different newscasts and so forth, but nowhere. And I thought it was interesting. And I've got a bunch of audio from Mayor Freddie O'Connell as well. Nowhere does anybody ask these folks, okay, but what if they are gang members? What if they had stolen guns? What if they had illegal drugs?
They want so bad for this to be Nazi Germany. They're so desperate for it.
Well, they are. And Heidi Campbell's comments about, well, they're just going to start snatching people off the streets that they disagree with is just ridiculous. I mean, you want to talk about fear-mongering, and that's what the Democrats do, right? They fear-monger. Now, I do understand, just so you folks know, I do understand in the wake of the ICE arrests and 150 people taken by buses and sent to probably Louisiana, wherever it is, I do understand that this would put fear in a community of illegal aliens. But if you're an illegal alien and you've got a stolen gun and you've got drugs, well, then you probably should be scared of the authorities. This is Ginny Welch, Metro City Council.
It's designed to be shocking and frightening so that people will remove themselves from situations, maybe self-deport, whatever, It's designed to put fear in people's lives and to let people know that the big hand of government can come down and snatch your life away from you in a heartbeat.
It was the big hand of government that literally opened the door to our country, Joe Biden, and let all of these people in, that big hand of government that Ginny Welch, Metro City Council, talks about. And again, they act like this was so random. The thing that I love the most about all this, Joan, is when they say, oh, these people were targeted. Well, yeah, they're illegal aliens. So, I mean, am I missing something with this whole these folks were targeted argument? Because if it's ICE and ICE's job is to go find illegal aliens, then yes, they are targeting illegal aliens. What am I missing here? Nothing? I don't think I'm missing anything. This is Jeff Preptit, again, Metro City Council.
These are our neighbors. These are our small business owners. These are our laborers. These are people who help to make Nashville what it is. To see our federal government constantly attacking some of the most vulnerable people in our community is beyond infuriating.
So again, Jeff Preptit, I don't know if I'm saying his name right or not, but Metro City Council, and they're talking about how these are our most vulnerable communities. I don't really know what else to say. It feels like what we have here is just a serious disagreement over whether or not we should be enforcing our immigration laws. I mean, isn't that really what this all stems from? Now, Ginny Welch, she was talking about how this is all part of Donald Trump's intimidation, where he now wants to give, and we spoke about this, I guess last week we talked about this, about President Trump's self-deportation program, where he wants to give $1,000 to illegal aliens to self-deport. Now, I've got very mixed feelings about telling folks to self-deport and giving them $1,000 to do it. Because on the one hand, I get what the president is trying to do because there's no way we could get all of these people out of our country. Joe Biden let in millions. He flew in millions of people. And so giving them $1,000, it's like, okay, so we'll give you $1,000, you self-deport, then you fill out all the correct paperwork, and you'll more than likely get back in. It feels like that's what it is. But on the other hand, why are we rewarding bad behavior? I mean, can somebody answer that question? Why are we going to give somebody $1,000 to self-deport when they broke our immigration laws in the first place? I do understand there is a certain practicality to all of this where there's no way that we're going to be able to get all of these people out. This has been the problem from day one when we were talking about illegal immigration in this country. Donald Trump started talking about the biggest mass deportation program, I think, in the history of America. And we were all saying, well, how are you going to do that? How exactly is that going to work? Because we don't have the people, we don't have the resources. And I think we all predicted, I don't know, maybe some of us predicted, that there were also going to be a lot of legal challenges as well. And so now Trump is at the point where he's just like, we'll give $1,000 to get out. By the way, that is our poll, the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, 997WTN.com. You can also watch us on X, and you can check out the radio show, video, streaming, all that stuff. But if you go to the YouTube page, that is our Daily Dan poll, which is, do you approve of Donald Trump, I'm paraphrasing, giving $1,000 to illegal aliens for them to self-deport? Now, what are people saying so far, KGB?
I'm actually kind of surprised by this. 78% say yes.
Well, that's the practical nature of WTN listeners.
I thought because it would be giving money to illegal immigrants, that'd be maybe a no, just because, like, why are we giving them the money?
Well, that's how I feel.
Instead of, like, I think someone said in the comments on YouTube, like, homeless veterans maybe can use that $1,000, even though in hindsight that probably wouldn't be enough to them get out of the streets.
Right.
So,
Yeah, but what about the effort to do this to save us money? Because it costs upwards of $17,000, something like that, to deport somebody through the whole process. But if we give them a plane ticket and $1,000, it's a little more than $4,000.
And that's what I mean, Joan, about the practical nature of what Donald Trump is doing. I think Trump, and I've heard him say this. Have we done traffic? We haven't done.
No.
Joan, is there anything going on?
Let me tell you. Just a crash in Madison on Myatt Drive at East Old Hickory Boulevard. That's it.
Not very good. And there's some spotty fog.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Did you see that coming in?
No.
When I got out of my car to come to work, the parking lot was like a horror movie. Like something was going to come out of the fog.
Oh, really?
It was pretty thick.
Okay.
The Aqua Monster.
The Aqua Monster.
Or like that movie, The Mist. Have you seen that?
I think I have. I think KGB is just on some shrooms this
Yeah,
morning.
right?
I think that's what it is.
I've never done drugs in my life.
Anyway, so I think that for Trump, I think there's a practical nature to what he is doing. Mm-hmm. And I get it, pragmatic. And Trump has always said that sometimes you've just got to look at a situation and be pragmatic and practical about it. He knows that he's not going to be able to deport all these people, which is why he wants to open Alcatraz back up, rebuild and open Alcatraz. Bad idea. I already talked about that yesterday. Not practical. But I think that he's just looking at the cards that he has, and this is what he wants to do. Give him $1,000 and a plane ticket. See ya. Now, if you were an illegal alien, you know what? This may be the better. Maybe we should do this as a Daily Dan poll. If you were an illegal alien, would you take the $1,000 and a plane ticket? With the cards the way that they are being played out now.
It's a tough question for someone that's a citizen.
No,
it's not.
No, but as a mom,
I don't believe so.
As a mom, I am thinking, and maybe not everybody thinks like this, but I'm watching what's happening, and there's women with children that were born here. And if the government's giving them $1,000, but they have to leave their kids, they may decide against that.
Yeah.
So I haven't heard anything about whether the government says, okay, you can take your kid too.
Well, they can.
They can.
Tom Homan said that. If you want to take your kids, you can.
But are they paying for them to go too? Are they buying them a plane ticket? Are they paying the $1,000 for the kid too? So I think that matters to a mom. I think. I'm trying to get into their heads thinking about, their issues of having kids with them as well. That could be abused, as we all know.
Oh, yeah.
So, in my humble opinion, there would have to be some type of testing to make sure that that's actually your kid. And now we're not just trafficking kids across the border.
4121 says $1,000 is cheaper to make them go away than pay to keep them here and support them. So
Fair.
there is that.
But how long, my thought is, well, if they get the 1,000, will they just try to cross again? I mean, it's obviously going to be difficult, more difficult.
No, it's going to be a lot harder. That's
Yeah.
the point, is that it's going to be a lot harder for them to cross because we're actually now protecting the border. As President Trump has said, 99.999% more effective at protecting the border. So that's what's going on.
Do you think the news helps with that, of how, what they've said on, media and stuff? Do you think that, discourages a lot of crossings more than it did previously?
Yeah, because part of what made the illegal immigration come down when Donald Trump first came into office the first time was he, and I think it was Jeff Sessions, they were really unwelcoming. They utilized messaging that was very anti-illegal immigration, and the border crossings, the illegal border crossings, they crashed in the first part of his administration because he was protecting the border. You get the message out. You are unwelcome here. The reason why why Joe Biden had so many people coming across our southern border is because he messaged that the door is open, come on in.
He also paid them.
He paid them, and we gave them all kinds of benefits. He literally flew them into America.
Put them up in hotels.
Yeah,
put them up in
hotels.
hotels. I mean, it goes on
Wasn't
and
it
on.
a debit card, too? It was something absurd.
Debit card, food. Yeah, all kinds of
And
stuff.
it's funny because I was playing that audio earlier from Heidi Campbell and Peptit, whatever his I'm
just
12.
not sure that's his name.
I'm like 12.
Pepto-Bismol? Can we just call him that?
And of course, by the way, I pulled this soundbite of the white van.
There was ICE activity reported here along Briley Parkway. Our photojournalist Thomas Davis was there. He's telling us he saw a white van pulling over people. He says the stops were quick, but unsure at this point why those people were being pulled over.
So, I mean,
Did it have free candy on the side of the van?
Right, it's unclear, means we don't know if this is a traffic stop because this guy was just racing through the streets and it's, some white guy in a car. They don't even know.
They have no idea.
But they see a van pulling somebody over and immediately it's really frustrating to listen to our media, because it was only a month ago that Channel 4 and all the others were so concerned about going out and talking to people about how much crime there is in their neighborhoods. So many cars have been stolen. There's a rash of car thefts that have taken place all across Nashville, and people are really frustrated by it. And why isn't there more, patrols in my neighborhood? And the amount of crime and the number of shootings, and everybody was so upset about it. And now nobody cares about that. They only care that the people that may be causing those crimes are being picked off the street and sent home.
Well, and, I didn't hear all of this hand-wringing when we all found out about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who he was let go by the Tennessee Highway Patrol. And none of these news organizations have any questions about this. It takes, Michael Patrick Leahy and talk radio to start screaming about this before anybody actually in the mainstream media starts covering it. And so you're right, Joan. It's what you choose. I've always said this. What you choose to be outraged over, I think, tells you who you are. And if you're not outraged over, human trafficking happening in the state of Tennessee, where the Tennessee Highway Patrol just lets this dude go with 8 guys in his car, none of them can speak English, and clearly he's human trafficking. If you're not outraged by that, knowing that these guys are in this country illegally, you don't know what they're capable of, you don't know who they are, you don't know what their past history is. If you're not outraged by that, and if local media is not covering those kinds of stories in our state, then what good are they? Be honest with you. You are what you outraged are over. And so, for me, if they're outraged over ICE simply doing their job and protecting America's sovereignty and making sure that our streets are safe for our citizens, if you're upset about that, well, then I think that says a lot about you. Democrats. 525, and Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, more traffic stops. We'll tell you about those in South Nashville this morning, another perspective. And also that effort to help illegal aliens decide to self-deport. We'll have what ABC News has to say about that coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. It's 5:30 and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, the effort to find illegal immigrant gang members within Nashville continues this morning. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says more traffic stops took place overnight in the area near the Tennessee Highway Patrol headquarters here in Nashville.
This is near Murfreesboro Pike, and in that area, our crew spotted on a transport van, unmarked vehicles, and troopers pulling people over. It didn't seem like anyone was detained or taken into custody from what we saw overnight.
Now, it's not clear if these traffic stops are even related to the 125 or 150 traffic stops that were reported over the weekend. In that case, there were people who were detained and sent to an unknown location in Louisiana. State Representative Justin Jones asked a THP representative about the identities and the charges for those who were detained.
So there's no documentation when people are pulled over and detained of who they are?
They'd be a stop on them, yes, but now whether they're detained by immigration, that was separate of us. We were stopping people that were possibly violating the law or were gang members, and then once they didn't have documentation, my understanding, ICE would then do it from that point on.
Metro crime statistics show in the South Precinct alone, since the first of the year, there have been 10 homicides and 540 violent offenses. Meantime, the White House wants to help illegal immigrants to self-deport, so they're offering a new incentive to do so.
The Trump administration is offering cash and travel assistance to immigrants in the U.S. illegally if they sign up to self-deport.
We're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from.
Eligible immigrants will receive airline tickets to their home countries and $1,000, far less than the average $17,000 it costs the government to arrest, detain, and remove someone.
That's ABC's Christiane Cordero. Stock futures all pointing down. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's a crash in Madison on Maya Drive at East Old Hickory Boulevard. Watch out for that one. And there are some areas, not everyone, but there are some areas that are under a blanket of fog this morning, and that may cause some delays as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I, for one, will not be grabbing my Speedo. KGB, we going to grab your Speedo? And
I don't own one, nor will I ever.
I don't know. The commercial told us to go grab our Speedo. That's what
disturbing. Highly disturbing.
Trust me, I know.
No man should wear a Speedo unless it's like in the Olympics where it's like kind of required.
I try not to. Here's the deal. I try not to judge people. Like I'm going on a cruise, not a Disney cruise. I'm going on a cruise in a few weeks.
Pixar cruise.
And so I don't judge people for like their bodies. I just don't. I mean, trust me when I say I'm not one to talk. But I would judge somebody who has a certain body type and chooses to wear a Speedo.
Doesn't it seem too that overseas, like in Europe,
they wear nothing.
Some of them wear nothing, but in Europe, like Speedos they're common. That's okay.
They're also more fit by population than we are.
Is a Speedo comfortable? I've never worn one.
I wouldn't know, but I would assume maybe not.
I mean, if you were comfortable in your own skin, which bless your heart if you are, that's great. I mean, I'm very happy for you, but I don't know if they would even be whatever. Moving right along.
So Mario wants to know what Stefano would recommend.
Long
dress up Stefano.
Stefano, do you wear a Speedo?
Wow.
Stefano has the body to pull it off. Don't you think?
I'm not going to answer that.
He seems like he works out.
Well, he's on TV. He can't eat Cheetos.
Yeah.
You know what? Next time we talk to Stefano, let's ask him, how do you stay in... Joan says you've got a hot body, Stefano.
Did I say those words?
That is exactly... KGB, back me up. That's what Joan said.
Wife bust into the news Justin Crescent News Corner. What are you saying about my man?
That's exactly right. We can ask Stefano what he eats to stay in shape.
He works out. I'm very sure of it.
Well, you have to if you're in TV.
Yeah.
That's not entirely true. There are some
Did you see some of the...
Some weathermen are a little like it's like, okay.
Listen, I don't want to. I'm not judging anybody. Trust me when I say I'm not judging anybody.
Oh, it's fun to judge when you don't see them in person.
You know what, Joan? Let me ask you a question, Joan.
Yeah.
So, did you like radio better when it was just radio versus all these darn cameras?
I'm on the fence about it.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It kind of gives people a peek into who we are, but it also takes away that theater of the mind thing. Like now we have to demonstrate something visually, where it used to be radio was just theater of the mind. It was our job to create the images that people would see in their own heads.
It's exactly right.
I'm still going to dress comfy.
And how many times have we heard you don't look how you sound?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And here's the thing, we never do.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever met a radio person who actually looked the way that they sounded.
Right.
I feel like Matt Murphy's voice goes well with his face.
I guess.
He's like the only one I can think of that's like,
yeah,
I
but
can see it.
I'm sort of, I was over the, how you look and if it doesn't match your voice.
Right.
I stopped thinking about that a long time ago. But all I'm
really
saying
matter.
is that for me, the cameras have been a big adjustment. And I'm still adjusting. But you know what? It's what people want. And here's the thing. When I say it's what people want, I mean we're doing really well with the camera stuff. And so the thing is, clearly people, for whatever reason, like to watch the cameras. I liked, though, Joan, the theater of the mind.
Yeah.
But when I do fill in on other radio stations and I'm actually not on camera, it actually feels a little weird.
Do you not
now.
know where to look in a sense? You're not looking at a camera anymore. Do you kind of have where do I stare at?
Yeah, because I got in trouble the first few months when they put the cameras in here, and they got mad because I wasn't actually looking at the camera. So
was that 2 years ago?
It's been a couple years now. Yeah, but
And
whatever.
You don't
I
have to buff your head anymore, I guess, huh?
I could actually look at because on the YouTube channel you can look at the oldest lives we've ever done.
Right.
The first one we ever did was 2 years ago.
Okay.
And
it was 2 years.
Yeah, it was Matt Murphy's show.
Very good.
I can give you the exact date if
Doesn't
it
matter.
loads.
Doesn't matter. But you know what? We've got and you know what? We still have sucky cameras. I wish we could get better
Yes.
cameras. That's what I
February
wish.
3rd, 2023.
I wish we could get better cameras.
The
That's
one
what
in
I
here
wish.
is pretty bad. It's
Is it?
pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I look at it on the feed, I think, oh my gosh. It's terrible.
Do you know what I'd be interested in? I would be interested to know, do you here's what I want to know. On the super text line. Dan, you look exactly how you sound. I think Kevin just
Wait.
insulted me.
What does this mean? 2008 says, unlike KGB at 45, I look 60. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
KGB at 45.
But
Aw, 56.55. Joan's voice matches her looks. Beautiful.
why does Joan get all the
Aw.
love and I get all the
Because
hate?
That's so kind.
half of these listeners have a shrine of her in their house in
Thank
one
you,
place.
56.55. That's very kind of you.
Dan, I'm not even kidding.
Let's go to commercial.
I joked about this before, but I'm serious. They will take a bullet for this woman.
So here's what I'm curious about. 6890, video killed the radio stars. Do you prefer,
very true.
Here's what I want to know. Do you prefer listening on the radio or watching on YouTube
Yeah.
or whatever? I'm actually curious about that. Which do you prefer?
I would assume people say YouTube because you can rewind it if you miss it or pause it if you wanted
That
to.
you can.
I think that's the main benefit of YouTube.
Yeah, and that's why I prefer to watch on YouTube.
And I think that's why our viewer count gets higher after our show ends because people don't get up in enough time, so they get to go back to what they missed.
A lot of people will tell me that they go back if they get up at 6:30 or
Right.
what, they'll go back and they'll check out the segments in the 5 and the 6. All right, real quick, enough of that. I want to play this audio. Have not heard it yet, but it's Donald Trump talking about. Apparently, there were some fireworks. It's Trump in the Oval Office, and he's talking about the self-deportation. And I want to hear this, and let's listen.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Tell me about the program that's just been introduced to give undocumented immigrants living in the United States
About me?
$1,000 to self-deport. Can you just tell us a little bit?
Oh, the new program,
The new
yeah.
program.
We have millions of people that have come into this country illegally through an administration that didn't know what they were doing. They didn't have a clue. And now we find out officially they didn't because the president was incompetent, but I could have told you that before. But what we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from, and they have a period of time. And if they make it, we're going to work with them so that maybe someday, with a little work, they can come back in if they're good people, if they're the kind of people that we want in our company, industrious people that could love our country. And if they're not, they won't. But it will give them a path to becoming, to coming back into the country. If they miss that limit, they're going to be taken out of our country, and they will never get a path to come back in, and it'll be a much tougher process. And it's called self-deportation. And by doing that, you're talking about so many millions of people. Mm-hmm. By doing that, we've taken out thousands of terrorists,
drug lords. What we've done is amazing. And I'm sure Tom Homan and Kristi Noem have done an incredible job. They really have done an incredible job. But it's a hard job. So we're going to have a self-deportation where they deport themselves out of our country. And we'll work with them, and we're going to try. And if we think they're good, they have, the people we want in our country, they're going to come back into our country. We'll give them a little easier route. But if they don't work, and if we take them out after the date, then they're never coming back. Yeah.
So obviously the president, $1,000, and he said a big, beautiful plane ticket, and off they go. And I don't know. I think that would be an interesting poll question later on, which is, if you were an illegal alien, would you self-deport? Because if you get caught, like these folks that have been busted here in Nashville, they've been caught, and odds are, if they are here illegal and it's not the kind of person we want here in America, then they're not going to be able to come back. I think that was part of what Trump spoke about last month was, if we catch you and we send you back, then you're not going to be eligible to come back. If you self-deport, then you will be eligible to come back. That is the question, though. You have to be able to, if you self-deport, you've got to be able to trust that there will be a mechanism or a way or a path to come back into our country quickly. That's the point. You've got to trust that the government can do it. Do you think we have an efficient pathway yet, Joan, for people to come back in if they self-deport? Do we even have that apparatus set up yet?
Well, if they self-deport, then they go through the same course, the same process that everybody else does from another country that wants to live here. They apply, they wait, they take their test. I mean, this whole notion of being able to skip the line just because you cross the border illegally, that's wrong.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, they would have to go process themselves just like everybody else does.
You know what it is? Joe
I think
Biden,
that's okay.
You know what this is? Joe Biden, it's like parents, right? You have good parents and bad parents. And it depends on, when you're a kid, your perspective is the good parent is the one that lets you have all the candy, lets you do whatever you want. Then you got to stay with the bad parent who actually has rules. Well, it's the same thing with the illegal immigrant community, right?
Yeah.
Where, they see Joe Biden as the good parent or the good president because he let everybody in, paid him to come into our country and so forth. Well, now the bad parent is here, which is Donald Trump. And he wants to hold people accountable. Now, in my eyes, obviously, Donald Trump is the good parent and Joe Biden was the bad parent. And most people understand that who live in the state of Tennessee because we are in an incredibly conservative state. So we understand the ramifications and the consequences of what Joe Biden did. So just because, and here's what I would say to all the people that are hand-wringing over what the president did with ICE and so forth, is just because Joe Biden sold out America doesn't mean that Donald Trump is responsible to carry that same attitude. Trump has come in now, and he's not going to sell out America. He's not going to sell out Americans any longer. And so he is trying to find those people that are here illegally and send them back home. Just because Joe Biden did it doesn't mean that Donald Trump's going to do it, right? They asked Gavin Newsom why he believes that the Democrats lost the election. He is so running for president. Listen to this.
We lost the popular vote and we lost the electoral vote. We got crushed. And we need to be humble about that, and we need to have some grace, and we need to understand why. Was it because of the incumbency penalty? Was it because of inflation? Was it because of interest rates? Was it because of immigration? Was it because we were too, quote unquote, woke? Was it because of issues with Israel? Was it all of the above? I think we are going through that forensic. We need to understand at the same time, we also have to push back against the whitewaters and headwinds of the Trump administration.
But here's what's funny about that, though. When you're pushing back against the white waters of the Trump administration, that's why you lost. Those things that Donald Trump is doing right now, well, that's why you lost, because you disagreed with Donald Trump. So if you push back, and this is what I would, say to all the hand-wringers out there about what's going on in Nashville, is that Trump is doing what he was hired to do. Governor Lee and the General Assembly and Republicans in this state, they are doing what Tennesseans told them to do and executing what Donald Trump was voted in to do. And so if Gavin Newsom is saying, but we're going to push back on what he's doing, please do, because we're going to point that out every step of the way as we head towards the midterm election. But I like what Gavin Newsom is trying to do. I'm saying rather, I don't know, cynically, because what he's trying to do is he's trying to play both sides, right? So we've got to accept accountability. We've got to accept responsibility. We lost. Why did we lose? Well, there's a lot of reasons why you lost. You had a flawed candidate. You had flawed policies. Your running mate to Kamala Harris was a complete train wreck, and on it goes. And so it's like they're trying to have it both ways. We're going to try to push back against Trump, whose policies are incredibly popular. If it wasn't for the uncertainty in the markets, I think Donald Trump would have an approval rating that was huge, massive. But he's chosen to roll the dice on tariffs. And it's going to have a consequence, obviously. And people are uncertain. That doesn't necessarily mean that I believe the polling either. So the Democrats, they do have to figure out where they made the mistakes in the last election. What Newsom is trying to do is hold the party accountable so that he looks good to moderates. That's what he's trying to do. And at the same time, look good to the people on the left who are trying to fight Donald Trump. He's trying to unite the moderates of the left. He's trying to unite the rabid leftists and the progressives, and he's trying to unite all of those people so that he can run in 2028. I think that's what Gavin Newsom is trying to do. I think he is going to try to run for president. I don't know if he's got the record for it because California is a complete and utter train wreck. Now, real quick, KGB, the poll question. Let's do that real quick. Watch us on YouTube, and also you can watch us on X, 997WTN.com, Facebook, and so forth. Our poll today, though, is, do you approve of Donald Trump giving $1,000 for people to self-deport? What are people saying?
78% still say yes to 22% no.
Okay. And I haven't been really watching because I've been talking. What are people saying? Do they like watching us on YouTube or listening on the radio? What are people saying?
It's kind of split. I see a lot of people, like, there's some truck drivers listen to us. There's like, YouTube's not the best idea. A lot of people on the road going to work. But people that like work from home and that kind of thing, they do use YouTube primarily.
Okay. All right. Very good.
So I think it's a healthy split.
Okay. Christy says, I just listen. I did peek once just to see if y'all looked like your voice. No one ever looks like what you had pictured in your head. That is Christy. And, well, thank you, Christy, and everybody else who is listening. It is 5:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Okay, coming up in the next hour, Scott Desjardins, Congressman Scott Desjardins, is going to join us at 6:36. And a lot of people are calling out the House of Representatives and Congress for not doing what they should be doing, which is taking Donald Trump's executive orders and making them into law. That is going to be question number one for Congressman Scott Desjardins. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, we'll hear from Senator Marsha Blackburn on these traffic stops and the detainment of illegal aliens in the Nashville area. What does she have to say about it? Also, the growing concern about air traffic safety after an incident, a 60 or 90-second incident in New Jersey. That's coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.554 at Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Don't forget, you can always save money on your HVAC with my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are still in the middle of spring rebate madness, and here's what they have going on this week and this month. They've got TVA rebates that have now been extended. Yes, the TVA rebates have now been extended. That means big-time savings for you. A mini split 17 SEER 2 or higher, you're going to get an $800 rebate. Get up to 12 months, no payment, no interest, depending on credit and lenders. Offers may vary, of course. Busy Bee also has rebates on AC tune-ups. That is a $50 rebate for each one. So you join the Beehive Club today, you get your spring tune-up, and you get that $50 rebate. Then you get your fall tune-up, and that is a $50 rebate as well. And before you know it, you have just paid for your Beehive membership for the year. And yes, they'll file those rebates so you don't have to. It's a Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them at 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybhvac.com. .59 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTNR. Coming up in the next hour, we do have Congressman Scott Desjardins. And why is Congress not codifying or codifying, depending on your pronunciation, all of Donald Trump's executive orders? That is going to be question number one to Scott Desjardins, Congressman, because it's really frustrating. I know it's frustrating for everyone because when President Trump, a lot of the things that he's doing Why isn't Congress following through? I know that there is a really short majority there in the House of Representatives, but still, just get it done. Where are we with the big, beautiful bill and all those other things from a national focus we'll talk about? And Mayor Freddie O'Connell talking yesterday, speaking in this news conference about ICE coming in and busting a lot of illegal aliens. We'll talk about that as well. A lot of stories coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It looks like we've got some fog in the area this morning, and that's going to be causing some delays on the roadways. Be careful as you're headed out there this morning. We'll deal more with traffic here right after the news. It appears that the immigration enforcement action that we learned about over the weekend in parts of Nashville continues today. WSMV4 is reporting there were more traffic stops overnight in the Murfreesboro Road area. These appear similar to the weekend stops, they report, with a white van and THP patrol cars pulling over vehicles and interviewing the occupants inside. It's not clear if anyone was detained, though, overnight. Well, these actions, coordinated with ICE, are designed to root out gang members and violent criminals who are in the U.S. illegally. But it's not setting well with Mayor Freddie O'Connell.
What we saw over the weekend was actions that happen on state routes with no coordination with local officials. So, yes, I continue to be concerned about the mechanism for these actions, and I think what they've demonstrated is that they can occur at times and locations of their choosing without our involvement.
Now, the Tennessee Immigration and Refugee Rights Coalition is asking citizens to keep an eye out for and to report ICE operations.
Our message today is this: Nashville must be a place of safety, not surveillance. A city that is welcoming and not fearing. These tactics erode the trust between communities and local government, and they make all of us less safe.
So what does Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn have to say about all of this? Well, here's Channel 4's Amanda Hara.
Well, Senator Marsha Blackburn says she fully supports the arrests of anyone violating immigration laws. She says that communities across Tennessee have, quote, suffered the consequences of the illegal alien invasion that happened at our southern border for years. She says President Trump is doing what the American people elected him to do by allowing ICE to do its job.
Metro Legal is asking THP to provide a list of the names and charges and considering of doing the same with ICE. Well, there is a growing concern this morning about the safety of the nation's flights after some air traffic controllers at Newark Liberty Airport in New Jersey were left blind during a system outage. There was no radar communication for about 90 seconds. Here's ABC's Lionel Moisey.
In the wake of the system outage, many controllers have now taken medical leave, citing stress from a traumatic event. They're entitled to 45 days of leave, adding to staffing woes. That, combined with bad weather and construction, means average delays of 4 hours for arriving flights. And that could lead to a ripple effect across the country with the busy summer travel season ahead.
United Airlines is allowing customers traveling through Newark Airport to reschedule their flights without penalty. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures lower this morning as the Fed begins its two-day meeting, and not much of a chance that it will lower interest rates. The Dow futures are minus 221. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got some patchy fog this morning and poor visibility around bodies of water. So that's going to cause some slowdown this morning. And already 24 is beginning to just slow down with volume delays this morning. Smyrna through the, through the Briley Parkway area. Otherwise, looking pretty good this morning so far on the roadways. 65, there's no delays, and can't see any delays either on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Congressman Scott Desjardins going to join us at 6:36 here on Nashville's Morning News. We do have Freddie O'Connell, of course, mayor for Nashville, and he and many others on the left and a lot in the mainstream media, a lot of folks in the mainstream media, just appalled at the ICE raids here in Nashville. So the mayor is talking, and of course, a lot of folks in the state legislature are talking as well, Metro City Council. A lot of people, by and large, obviously on the left, very upset about the fact that Republicans are daring to arrest and send back to where they came from illegal aliens who have stolen guns and drugs and are here illegally. And so let the hysteria continue here in Nashville. This was Mayor Freddie O'Connell. This was yesterday.
This is a tough moment, and I am heartbroken that today many of our neighbors in Nashville are experiencing fear over family separation rather than the safety we all deserve.
All right, so this was a 15-minute press conference, and part of, and we noted this yesterday here on the show, that what the Democrats are trying to do is they're trying to paint this as our streets are unsafe because of what ICE is doing. And I pointed out, of course, we all pointed out, I believe, that actually, no, Democrats, what is happening is when you get people who have stolen guns and have drugs off the streets, and this is an area where, gang activity is known to happen, then you're actually making those streets safer by getting them off of the streets. And so by and large, and I'm going to play you some audio from the mayor, but by and large, what is happening is there is just an absolute disagreement over what will make our streets safer. And I think that the Democrats are dead wrong. Now, this, again, was a 15-minute press conference. He spoke about what happened over the weekend with the ICE raids that did lead to 3 busloads of illegal aliens being sent to apparently Louisiana. They were pulled over in traffic stops, and yes, they were taken into custody. And here's more from Freddie O'Connell.
What's clear today is that people who do not share our values of safety and community have the authority to cause deep community harm. We're still working to determine more about what happened over the weekend, but what we know right now, based on public statements, is that state and federal officials coordinated without us to engage in traffic enforcement actions clearly intended to target immigration concerns.
So Mayor O'Connell is frustrated that state and federal authorities partnered to get people here illegally in gangs in a raid that recovered drugs and stolen guns. and illegal aliens. And so the mayor is upset because they didn't include him in the discussions. Well, isn't it obvious why they didn't include the mayor in those discussions? Because he would have warned the immigrant community. We've seen that all over the country. We've seen it all over the country where local authorities are alerted, Democrats, and then suddenly the media has the story and the media is alerting those communities. And it also, by the way, also puts law enforcement in danger. So I'm sorry, Mayor O'Connell, but that's why they didn't include you in the discussions. And the mayor is asking who it is that was taken into custody and what the charges are. Listen to what he said here. I thought this was a peculiar statement from the mayor.
What's clear is that federal and state authorities are intent on enforcing immigration law. Their approach is not our understanding of what a Nashville for all of us looks like.
So that's a strange statement, and here's why. Because he said they're intent on enforcing immigration law. Yes, enforcing that law is not what a Nashville for all looks like. Well, I don't know what exactly he means by that. I mean, people are either illegal in this country or they're not. They either had stolen guns or they didn't. They either had drugs or they didn't. They're either suspected of being gang members or they're not. And the people that they took into custody, the ICE agents and law enforcement say that they were suspected or they found all of these things on these folks that are now on buses and in Louisiana at this point. So, yes, we want to enforce immigration law. The mayor of Nashville, for whatever reason, sees that as a bad thing. You know, Nashville, we don't want to become Chicago. Nashville doesn't want to become New York or some of these other towns that are literally overrun with crime because of illegal aliens. And so I would say to Mayor O'Connell, sorry, but that is, as Governor Lee said, that is how Tennessee voted. Our state wants enforcement of immigration laws. And so all of the hand-wringing, I mean, if you've seen the local news coverage on all of this, oh, communities are scared and so forth. You don't need to be scared if you're all legal citizens. You don't need to be scared if you don't have a stolen gun, if you don't have drugs on you and so forth. So now, of course, a group of organizations have started a fund for the community called the Belonging Fund. This is Hal Cato. He is with the Community Foundation.
We want to make sure that the immigrant community in this town knows that we have their back, and the fund will raise dollars that will support the needs of our immigrant community, especially those who've been affected by the ICE raids yesterday, providing funds to support childcare, transportation, housing assistance, food insecurity, and really anything else.
So not only are you going to have to pay higher property taxes, thanks to Mayor O'Connell, but now they want you to donate money to this immigrant fund, when in reality, by the way, I'm going to point out the obvious to you folks listening because we all know how this game is played. They'll use the term immigrant, but the reality is they are illegal immigrants. So if, they want to do this, obviously that's their choice, I suppose. But again, what I just don't get is these hushed tones from the mayor and other folks as, the authorities are going after these illegal aliens. Immigration laws are meant to be enforced. And he was asked if he spoke to Governor Lee, and this was clearly a conversation that wasn't a very good one for either side. Listen.
I have spoken to Governor Lee, but it was very briefly about kind of the broader context of local and state relationships, because I flagged that this seems like a moment of significant tension increase between local and state. He is, I would say, aware of the complicated landscape.
All right, so clearly, and you just heard the mayor say that there is definitely a difference between how the city of Nashville, run by Democrats, and the state of Tennessee and the General Assembly want to deal with illegal immigration. Don't forget, the governor and state lawmakers signed into law some very tough immigration policies and pledged coordination between state and federal authorities to enforce immigration laws. We had State Rep Scott Cepicky was here yesterday talking about just that. here on Nashville's Morning News. Remember back in 2019, when the governor decided to actually continue to accept refugees from the settlement programs way back when? Times certainly have changed. There's also a question as to whether or not Metro will be contributing to these charities, to these funds to help these immigrants. Wait till you hear the mayor's answer. That is coming up next. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Today, mostly sunny and the high near 73. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. And so they're talking about, at this press conference, this discussion about whether or not Metro, right, Metro Nashville, which Mayor O'Connell is in charge of, and where he's raising property taxes by 26% for, yet again, for the second time in the last number of years. Will Metro Nashville be contributing to these charities or these funds to help these illegal aliens? Listen very closely as to where Nashvillians' money may go.
Metro will be contributing to the Community Foundation Fund?
We have not yet. I mean, this is something that has developed quickly under the same principles of that we spoke about in the state of Metro with regard to where we go from Imagine Nashville. We did have in our budget request some project management money specific to our ongoing partnership with Community Foundation. Haven't yet made a determination if we can use any of that money for this.
So he's going to look into whether or not money from the budget, where they're raising property taxes for the second time in, 5 years? They're using that money or considering using that money to help these illegal aliens. Unbelievable. I mean, I hear that and I immediately think, really? So you're raising everybody's property taxes to help illegal aliens. Is that it? Is that where the city of Nashville is going now? The mayor and Nashville legal director Wally Dietz spoke about new state laws, of course, that the General Assembly passed to help coordinate with federal authorities on immigration. And, of course, he works for the city of Nashville. He's not happy either.
I'll say, in short, yes, we're concerned.
Yes, and there's good reason to be concerned because the state law was crafted quickly. It includes a criminal component. Violations of the state law could be a Class C felony, and so we're taking it very seriously. I'm working with counsel to analyze that law and analyze our response to it. We try to follow the law. This was an effort of a state to get involved in what is typically reserved for the federal government. And so we are looking at issues, and we have not made any determination.
Well, we always knew when Donald Trump was going to be elected president that he would be partnering with the states. He said it multiple times. He was going to partner with the states to try to tackle the problem of illegal immigration. So, yeah, I had State Rep Scott Sipicki on yesterday, and he spoke about, he was all for this, about how much does Tennessee spend on illegal aliens, and this is part of what he had to say.
We've seen an increase in our English language learners in the state of Tennessee in our K-12 system in the last 4 years, jumping from 61,000 to 83,000, from 160 million to 310 million.
So we're spending all this money on these kids that come here illegally. They don't know English, and some of these kids are not really smart in their own language, and then they come over here, and it just adds, I'm going to use one of the Democrats' favorite words, chaos, right? Have you noticed that with Donald Trump, it's all about chaos? Well, the illegal aliens coming into our country and coming into our schools, we're spending millions of dollars, and it is causing chaos in our schools. And so Scott Sipicki is absolutely right. We are spending a ton of money on coordinating with federal authorities and the Trump administration to do what we need to do to get these folks out of here and make our city streets safer. Here's more.
And so starting a year ago, we added a Homeland Security agent, a state Homeland Security agent in every county. All 95 counties have their own liaison to work with school security, to work with making the sheriffs and the local municipalities operating with ICE and federal immigration. And then in the special session, Dan, we came in here, and along with school choice, we also implemented driver's identification. So if you are here illegally, or you are here and cannot prove you are here legally, then you will have a different type of driver's license that identifies you to law enforcement. So we're doing things to try to make our streets safer and our communities safer by partnering with the Trump administration, helping immigration and enforcement.
Right. I mean, and we have all said this ad nauseum, so I don't feel like I have to say it over and over again, that a state, Tennessee, voted overwhelmingly for tougher immigration laws because of the fact that Donald Trump was elected president of the United States and Tennessee went red. And so, look, we as conservatives didn't like it when the Biden administration was doing what they were doing the last 4 years with our border wide open. We didn't like that. But they did it. And so now we've got to do what we've got to do. And do I give two craps about what Freddie O'Connell thinks? No, I don't. And most conservatives don't. Because, again, we've got to do what we got to do.
And so starting a year ago, we added a Homeland Security agent, a state Homeland Security agent in every county. All 95 counties have their own liaison to work with school security, to work with making the sheriffs and the local municipalities operating with ICE and federal immigration. And then in the special session, Dan, we came in here, and along with school choice, we also implemented driver's identification. So if you are here illegally, or you are here and cannot prove you are here legally, then you will have a different type of driver's license that identifies you to law enforcement. So we're doing things to try to make our streets safer.
And that's what we need to do. We need to make our streets safer. And so everyone knows what needs to happen has got to happen. And it's not going to be fun. And I think I even did a monologue on this when Trump was elected, where there's going to be moments, there's going to be times when ICE and the federal authorities come into communities, and this is exactly what is going to happen. And I predicted the hue and the cry of the Democrats. But again, my broader point is they didn't seem to care that conservatives were angry when the border was wide open and you had Joe Biden abusing the parole system and flying people directly into our state and others. Democrats didn't seem to care that, conservatives were upset. So why should we care that they are upset? I don't, and neither should you if you're a conservative. 623 Nashville's Morning News, and got a lot more straight ahead. Joan Jones has the newscast at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, more traffic stops related to an ICE operation in South Nashville, and police break up an occupation of a college campus building overnight. We've got those stories and more coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, so listen, Mother's Day is this weekend, guys. Do not shank Mother's Day. It's one thing I've learned over the years. You can't screw up Mother's Day. So if you're lucky enough to still have your mom, or you've got a wife, or you've got a mom in your life, and you haven't gotten anything yet, think about my friends at Contours. Mother's Day is, again, coming up this weekend. They've got an incredible and transformative facial that would be perfect for mom. Now, at Contours, they use that ultra slim technology that stimulates collagen and does tighten the skin, helping those fine lines and those age spots fade. And right now at Contours, a $99 special just for mom. You got to call right now at 615-236-9960. First 10 callers get it for $99. 615-236-9960. Again, those facials featuring the ultra slim technology, it's going to stimulate collagen, and yes, it is going to tighten the skin as well. And just for good measure, they're also offering a belly buster treatment as well. also for $99. So that's two great specials going on right now at Contours. First 10 callers for each get it for $99. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. It is the Contours Mother's Day special going on right now. You can find them online. It is contoursllc.com. That's contoursllc.com. .626, Nashville's Morning News on WTN News with Joe and Jones is coming up. When to tell you about my friends at DT McCall's. This is a great American company. This is a great Tennessee company. And anytime, every time I need something for my home, the first place I go to is dtmccalls.com. They've got your lawn equipment. They've got appliances. They've got furniture. They've got office furniture and so much more. Anything you need for your home, you've got to go to my friends at DT McCall's. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, again, at dtmccalls.com. You know, and we talk about their lawnmowers all the time. We're getting more and more rain. The grass is growing. They feature Cub Cadet lawnmowers, the absolute best around. Again, DT McCall's. Lawn equipment, appliances, furniture, office furniture, and so much more. Right now, I can tell you, I was on their website just a few days ago. They've got a great special right now on Speed Queen washers and dryers. Check them out right now, today, at dtmccalls.com. 6:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. News with Joan Jones starts right now.
Good morning, 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're hearing from Stefano DiPietro that there's some thick fog in spots this morning, especially around bodies of water. Take it easy as you're traveling this morning. In the news, there have been new traffic stops overnight by Tennessee Highway Patrol and ICE officials. That's according to WSMV4, which says one of its photojournalists spotted patrol officers aided by ICE agents pulling over vehicles similar to the ones performed over the weekend. Now, those detained over the weekend were bussed out of Nashville to a location reportedly in Louisiana. Meantime, Mayor Freddie O'Connell is speaking out against those traffic stops.
I have requested, and Director of Law Wally Dietz has sent a letter to the state seeking the names and charges against any individuals arrested during this weekend's actions. I want to reinforce MMPD has asserted to us that they were not involved in these actions.
Yeah, that's a point that seems to be very important to O'Connell. We've heard him say it over and over again that Metro Nashville Police were not involved. Meantime, State Representative John Ray Clemens has this to say.
It's offensive to me that my district that I proudly represent is being targeted as the locus of all criminal activity in the state of Tennessee, and that the people I represent are being referred to as criminals.
Yeah, 2 representatives and 2 Metro Nashville council members have sent a letter to Governor Lee regarding the rash of illegal immigrant arrests. They call them, quote, racially targeted stops. Also happening overnight, Metro Nashville police arresting an alleged drunk driver after that person pulled out of an intersection at Gallatin Avenue and Grenada Avenue, causing the patrol car to hit the back of the suspect's car. No injuries were reported there. And at the University of Washington, this is in Washington State, more than 25 people arrested overnight. The group called Students United for Palestinian Equality and Return took control of a campus building. There were no injuries reported as 25 of them were arrested. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News. Friends, listen, if you've got a piece of property, maybe some land that you don't quite know what to do with, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. Now, putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time, and you can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You could just live in it. Pole barns from Stoltzco, they are flexible. They're built really well, and you can have one put up in no time. You could also, by the way, plan ahead and build your retirement home. Call them, tell them Dan Matt has told you to reach out, and ask them what you can do with your pole barn from the great folks at Stoltzco. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. If you need a garage, if you need an equestrian building, an event space, they can build it for you at a great price with Stoltzco. You can find them on Instagram or Facebook or at their website, STOLTZCO, Stoltzco.com. .634 Nashville's Morning News. Mark Spain Real Estate. Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings and open houses and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they are going to sell your home fast and for maximum value. If you're thinking about selling your home, you can receive an all-cash offer guaranteed from my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. Tara says, and she's a client of Mark Spain, she says, thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. With their guidance, the transaction was more seamless than we had ever imagined. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you're ever going to make, friends. So who you work with matters. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, you should trust the top real estate team in America to sell your home for top dollar. 855-299-SOLD is a phone number. 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online anytime. MarkSpain.com and start packing.
Really not seeing any big delays on the roads this morning. It's the usual stuff on 24 as you're traveling in. 40 looks like it's starting to back up now at that merge area with 24. And if you're traveling in on 65 southbound side, again, slowing down as it merges in with 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Want to welcome onto the program. Newsmaker Hotline is where Congressman Scott Desjardins is. Congressman, always great to have you on. Are you in Washington, D.C. today?
I am.
All right, so I've got to ask you, because a lot of people are getting a little frustrated with Congress, House of Representatives, of course, the Senate, but how many of Donald Trump's executive orders have we codified so far? And I know it's not a lot, if any. And what's taking so long?
Well, the biggest thing we're focusing on now is the reconciliation process. And that's where each committee has to go into basically a markup and determine how they're going to spend their money for the remainder of the year. We just did our defense markup last week, $150 billion that will go towards shoring up important areas of our defense. And the other committees are in the process of doing that. We'll be doing it in the Agricultural Committee next week. And so to get Trump's one big beautiful bill all together, and that's going to codify the tax plan that he put in place in 2017 and the border security and a number of other things. We all have to go through this process first to get that all into one package to where it can be voted on.
I guess the question, though, is, all right, so once the big, beautiful bill gets through reconciliation and then it is debated and then hopefully it'll pass, then at some point will you start codifying some of the other things that President Trump has wanted to do? I mean, we all know that executive orders, he can sign these executive orders, but if they're not codified into law, then Lord help us, if a Democrat comes along in the next presidential election, then that person could very easily cancel out Trump's executive orders. And so how easy is it going to be? Because he's 140, 150 executive orders in. And so I'm starting to worry that we're running out of time.
Well, you got to wonder how America legislates anymore, right? Because what Trump's trying to do with executive orders, you can get one federal random judge around the country, usually some Democratic appointed judge, that will block it, and that slows it down. It has to go to the Supreme Court, and we've seen that again and again. But it's nothing new in terms of executive orders, dating back. Probably Obama made it famous with his phone and his pen.
Yep.
And he was in there 8 years, so a lot of his executive orders stuck around. Trump's got reversed by Biden. Biden's got reversed by Trump. And the problem with Congress is it seems like it's lost its power in terms of legislating. And I'm very frustrated with that, too. It seems that, anything that has any or Trump's hand in it in any way, the Democrats just automatically reject. In other words, things are so partisan that it's hard to get anybody to cross the aisle to vote with you. And in your own party, you've always got people who have their reasons for whatever, whether it's their district, they may be in a very moderate district and voting for things Trump can hurt them from getting reelected, or you have people who are ultra conservative that is not good enough for, and we have a slim majority like we do, it's hard to keep everybody on the same team and running the same play. And so we've been dealing with that for years up there, but it's more pronounced now with our slim majority. And so your frustration is valid. It's my frustration as well. Legislatively, Congress hasn't been getting things done the way they should for years now. The fact that we haven't had a real budget since I've been in office is really amazing. But as you know as well as I do, the media makes things, it's shirts and skins. If you listen to CNN or MSNBC, everything Trump does is awful. It's going to destroy democracy. They're Nazis. If you listen to Fox, everything he does is perfect. And we all know it's probably somewhere in the middle, but it divides the nation, and it's not healthy for us. We got to work together on the things we can work together and accept that moving in the right direction is a good thing. Now, I will say, what has Trump done in 100 days? They went all over the airways saying what a failure he's been. But in 2017, one of the biggest threats facing the nation was ISIS. It was a huge national threat. No one even remembers it. You remember hearing about ISIS in the Middle East and Syria and Lebanon. Trump literally went in and destroyed ISIS in probably his first 100 days. He came in with probably the top voting issue, may have been the economy, may have been the border, but for a lot of people it was the border. I think he fixed the border in about 3 days and continues to fix it and work on it. So, he's doing a lot of good things, and we're moving in the right direction. We can probably get into a whole debate on tariffs and the economy, and if you want to, we can. But legislatively, we got to get through this reconciliation process, and then you're right, we need to start codifying some of these things so that if we don't hold the House or we don't hold the White House, more importantly, in 4 years, that these things are around long enough to actually make the difference that they're supposed to.
One more question, and I don't mean to belabor the point. Congressman Scott Desjardins is joining us, but some folks are asking, we have a super text line here. People are hammering me with questions for you. But one question is, okay, so you're working on the reconciliation, and I get that. Are you able to multitask? I believe I know the answer to that question. The answer to that question is, well, Mike Johnson is part of the reconciliation. He's also the Speaker of the House, so he can't focus on codifying some of these executive orders if he's also working on the reconciliation.
I mean, it's a little bit of both. Each week you see us chipping away at things that Biden did. I know that the Democrats mocked us for doing appliance energy-type things where they made so many restrictions based on the climate change and the Green New Deal that you couldn't buy an efficient washing machine and other products that you get for your home. There's a number of little things each week we work on that don't seem like big things, but they're undoing a lot of what Biden did. So each week we're doing legislation to kind of move along the Trump agenda, and it doesn't seem like big ticket items, but we do work on those every week as well as the committee work that we do.
One of the things, Congressman, I know that you know that back home here in Middle Tennessee and Nashville, there have been some ICE immigration raids. I'm going to ask you about that coming up next. I've got to check the traffic real quick. But I just want to get, you're in Washington, D.C., but obviously you pay very close attention to what's happening back here at home. I'm going to ask you a little bit about your opinion on the ICE raids. There's a lot of hand-wringing among the Democrats and the media here in Middle Tennessee. We'll talk about that straight ahead. 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
On 24 or 840, no unusual delays on 65 or 40. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Thank you very much. 6:45, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather for today, going to have mostly sunny skies and a high under 73, 50 degrees now at WTN. So Congressman Scott Desjardins, you know what's going on back here in Nashville. And you touched on it earlier. I mean, this is what a very red state like Tennessee voted the president to execute, and that is to find illegal aliens, especially here in Middle Tennessee, where they found stolen guns, illegal drugs, and so forth. And they were all put in a bus and apparently taken to Louisiana. A lot of people are upset about that.
It's really hard to draw a fine line because everybody knows people who have immigrated here. A lot of them were still here illegally over the past decades. People that have been around and are contributing to the community. I mean, they can be really nice people, and people are empathetic towards that. But what has happened over the last 4 years has really just turned the whole process in the country upside down. You can't just absorb, we don't even know the number, 10, 20 million new citizens, and not citizens, but illegals. And it puts a strain on our own system. Everybody's worried about what's going to happen to defense or rather to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security, because the strain on those programs is so great. Well, a lot of that has happened because of illegal immigration and money that's being diverted to house and educate and give health care to people that are not citizens and not taxpayers. And so, yeah, when you have people whose first act was to enter this country illegally, by the way, no one is more upset about this than people who immigrated here legally. Talk to a legal immigrant, and they hate illegal immigration because, I mean, why did they bother to go through the process? And in Tennessee, the problems, whether it's with fentanyl or with human trafficking, it's way bigger than we think. There's literally like cartels, mafia-like cartels all over the state that's being organized from the folks that smuggle humans into the country. They come here and basically have to perform slave labor to pay off their debt for their ticket into the country. And it's not just drugs or guns, but there's identity theft, almost any kind of organized crime you can imagine. So what Trump is doing, we have records on some of these people, and the ones that we do have the records on that are gang members or known criminals, obviously it would make sense to go after them first. The people that turn themselves in to ICE and Customs as asylum seekers, they're at least making an attempt to say, yes, I acknowledge I'm here illegally. I would like to be in this country. The gotaways are the ones that are running around the countryside, creating the problems that we see, the murders, the violent crime, the theft, these rings that I'm talking about, this mafia-type system that's going on around the country. And so I don't know why people would get upset when Trump has intel or info on these people, rounds them up and returns them, because it's not okay that 20 million people just walked into this country. Yeah, we're about to do the reconciliation for ag. How many people are on SNAP? Any child 18 or under automatically qualifies for SNAP, even though they're not U.S. citizen. Any asylum seeker that's granted asylum qualifies for SNAP. That's a controversial program because it seems like there's never enough to feed Americans in the country. We have people that are on these programs that won't work, that can work, or able-bodied adults. They call them ABOTs. We need to fix that. So I don't know what the outcry is about. I don't think it's unfair and unjustified. Can anyone bat 1,000? Probably not. Could there be a mistake? Now, I don't think this guy from Maryland, Garcia, was a mistake, but the Democrats have glommed onto him as their poster child for Trump's overreaching immigration policies. And it turns out, the guy's probably a real scumbag and needed to go right where he needed to go. But they're saying, they didn't get their due process. It's unconstitutional. I don't get how people can have constitutional rights when they're not American citizens. And the Democrats are just going crazy over this. And if that's the hill they choose to die on, I hope they keep talking, because most people in Tennessee, including myself and others, don't have a lot of sympathy for people that break our laws and are here committing crimes.
Scott Desjardins, Congressman, joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. Last question. I know that you folks are involved in reconciliation. Let's talk about the tariffs. It seems like the market, and I'm no economist, trust me, but it seems like the market is sort of stabilized now. It feels like Scott Bessent and President Trump, they've done a really good job, I believe, of messaging regarding the tariffs, and there's negotiations going on. What is the latest that you've heard from Capitol Hill?
Okay, my sense is, first of all, just look at Trump. We know he shoots from the hip. We know he's the art of the deal guy, wrote the book, and he negotiates from a position of strength. And so our economy was bad, and that's part of the reason he was voted, was to change it. The trajectory we were on, everyone could recognize, was circling the drain. And we had to do something different. And I don't think that a tweak here and there is going to change $36 trillion in debt. So what's Trump's vision? He wants to bring manufacturing back. He's doing that. He wants fair trade with countries that basically have been dumping cheap products on us because they have cheap labor. And I said at the very beginning, probably on your show, there's going to be some pain for everybody, and nobody wants to deal with that. But Democrats, of course, will blame Trump for taking all this money that he's using for all of his ideas out of Medicare and Social Security, and that's a scare tactic. But I've traveled around the world to different countries on my defense committee, and one thing you always see there is what other people's economies are, and whether you're in South America, in Chile, Argentina, Colombia, or if you're in Australia or New Zealand or in the Indo-Pacific, Japan, Vietnam, those places, their economies are just as bad, most of the time much worse than ours. And so when Trump starts negotiating with these tariffs, yes, it makes people here nervous. It makes business people have to deal with uncertainty that's uncomfortable. But you see things starting to move the way Trump wanted them to move. People are starting to come to the table. They're making deals. The market's stabilized. The sky's not falling. And he's making progress on these negotiations. He did the same thing with NATO in 2017. The Democrats said he's going to destroy NATO. All he was asking them to do is pay their fair share. Right now, all he's asking countries to do is let's have fair trade deals. And he's systematically, one by one, getting these deals set, and that will make our economy stronger long term. So you got to give the guy, I mean, if you went into debt, Dan, $1 million and you had credit cards and you had your house mortgages underwater and your automobiles and you just couldn't afford to live, you have to have a plan. You have to execute that plan. It may take 5-10 years of restructuring to get yourself out of debt or where you want to be. Mm-hmm. This country is a heck of a lot bigger problem, and going through with the Doge cuts and looking to see where we're wasting money makes a lot of sense. But no one wants to deal with the little uncertainty it creates to get that ship turned around. It's going to take a while, but I think we're starting to see it bear fruit. And with Trump, you've got to have a little bit of a wait-and-see approach. He doesn't always say what he means, but that's by design, and it's a negotiating tool. And we all voted as a nation to let this guy have a chance. We know he's a good businessman, and so I tell people to be patient, wait and see. And I think that they're going to find that things are going to get better. I think the Democrats' biggest fear is that Trump will make America great again. And up here, it seems to be all about having your party in the White House and damn the results. He can do wonderful things for the country, and they're going to find a way to make it negative.
Well, Congressman, when you have Democrats that actually say, well, I regret that I voted for the Lincoln Riley Act. I mean, there's nothing else to say after you have Democrats saying that. So as always, our time is limited, but thank you very much for joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. Congressman Scott DesJarlais from Washington, D.C. It is 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan was coming up at 7.
Hey, guess what we have just learned? The Justice Department has been investigating that 2022 traffic stop here in Tennessee involving Kilmar Abrega Garcia. Yep, I've got the stories coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
By the way, Joan, did you hear real quick? I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to talk here. But, Joan, did you hear what the neighbor, his neighbor said back in El Salvador about him? Did you see that story?
I did see that story, yeah.
Where they're like, he didn't have any problems with the gangs. What the hell is he talking about?
The gangs that he's afraid to be returned to.
Yes, that's exactly
gotcha,
right.
Yeah.
That's yeah, his neighbors are like, no, that never happened. All right, got a lot more straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Mandis here. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get really crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, you can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. So basically what's going to happen is if your neighborhood is the power's out, everything's dark, well, your power and your lights are going to be on because you do have this backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. You can find them online, generatorsupercenterofnashville.com. They're not going to leave you in the dark. Expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. And yes, financing is available. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. .658, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yesterday's poll question was, and I forgot to talk about the final results, but yesterday's poll question was, who do you like in 2028? J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio? That seems to be like the main two. And from what KGB tells me, it was about 80-20 for J.D. Vance.
That was the highest I saw it. I think the lowest I saw was like 60-40, but still J.D. Vance was pretty, he was still like the unanimous decision.
All right. I think people trust J.D. Vance more than they do Marco Rubio. Yeah. I think that's part of it. Anyway, all right, real quick. Today's poll question is all about Donald Trump and self-deportation. Immigration, very big in the news, of course, locally and nationally as well. Donald Trump offering $1,000 and a plane ticket for folks to self-deport. And that is our poll question today.
It's still unanimous. 81% say yes. I think it's because what we talked about like it's cheaper to pay them to leave than it is to keep them here.
It's all about being pragmatic. It is 7 o'clock. Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Hello there, it is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. ICE-related traffic stops are apparently still ongoing. That's according to Channel 4, which reports that this morning, one of their photojournalists spotted a white van making a stop of a vehicle along Nolensville Pike. But there's no indication that this photojournalist actually confirmed that this stop is part of the same effort to conduct traffic stops to find known criminal gang members, the ones that we saw this weekend. Meantime, Mayor Freddie O'Connell is taking a different approach to how he views those traffic stops.
This is a tough moment, and I am heartbroken that today many of our neighbors in Nashville are experiencing fear over family separation rather than the safety we all deserve.
Now, he told reporters yesterday that he sent a letter to Tennessee Highway Patrol requesting the names of those who were detained in those weekend traffic stops in the areas of known gang activity. He was also wanting to know what the charges were that were brought against them. Meantime, Governor Bill Lee was asked to comment on the arrest as well. Here's WSMV4's Lydia Fielder.
He said, quote, Tennessee has a long track record of stepping up to secure our nation's borders and strengthening public safety. President Trump made it clear that states would play a major role in enforcing immigration laws and removing the most violent offenders. And Americans overwhelmingly elected him to do so. End quote there from Governor Lee.
We'll keep an eye on this story and report any new developments this morning. Another big story this morning, and we have just learned that the Justice Department has been investigating that Tennessee traffic stop in 2022 involving Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
You know what you got here, right? No. He's hauling these people for money. You got an ass hauler is what he's doing, but sometimes they commingle dope.
Yeah, the focus of the Justice Department is Jose Ramon Hernandez Reyes. He's an inmate, a convicted felon at a prison in Alabama, he is the registered owner of that van that Abrego Garcia was driving with 8 men inside. Now, Hernandez Reyes has been granted limited immunity. According to ABC News, he had an attorney present when he was investigated. He told investigators that he had hired Abrego Garcia to drive for his so-called taxi service, transporting illegal immigrants from Texas to various locations across the U.S. ABC News calls the Justice Department investigation an aggressive step in the government's efforts to gather potentially incriminating information about Abrego Garcia. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. We've got stock futures falling a bit more this morning. Now the Dow futures are minus 320. NASDAQ futures down 246. The S&P futures are minus 54. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's a stalled out car blocking the right lane on the eastern split, I-40 westbound past I-24. It's in the curve under the Arlington Avenue overpass. Careful as you round it. Southeast split, Murfreesboro Pike at Spence Lane. There's an accident. And in Midtown, a crash, Broadway at 15th Avenue North. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Can I ask why Mike Pence, Joe Jones, is rearing his, I don't want to call him ugly, but I mean, why is Mike Pence rearing his irrelevant head?
Because he received an award.
Oh, did he?
Oh, yeah. You didn't know this?
You know what? I pay so little attention to Mike Pence, but what was the award?
Let's see. Awarded the JFK Profile in Courage Award for certifying the 2020 presidential election.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's out there now, and he is bashing Donald Trump on tariffs, and he's bashing the January 6th pardons. And, of course, Mike Pence, of course, they're trying to, you know what they're trying to do is they're trying to make him relevant again. And I don't believe that, he is relevant at this point. Clearly, the Republican Party has moved on from Republicans like Mike Pence. But CNN just had a big old interview on him, and obviously they're asking him, basically, you know what the interviews with Mike Pence is like? Trump sucks, huh? Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
exactly. That's what they do.
Yep. There's another headline. Mike Pence rebukes Trump over tariffs and wavering support for Ukraine. Wavering support after you just struck a deal with him.
Right. That's exactly right.
With Zelensky, yeah.
People were not happy with Scott Desjardins in that last interview.
Oh.
He didn't, I don't even know, people are saying he didn't answer the question. I kept trying to kept trying to focus on codifying President Trump's executive orders.
You did a good job on that.
And it's like, he wouldn't answer the question, but the thing is, okay, but he is one guy. The people who really need to be yelled at are leadership within the Republican Party in the House of Representatives. They're the ones that control the speed of all things in the House of Representatives, and they're not doing anything. But they just started the reconciliation process. How long ago was 100 days, right?
Yeah.
So they just started the reconciliation process, a couple of weeks ago? So Trump has come up with 140, 150 executive orders, whatever it is, and they just, I don't know. It's frustrating because somebody has got to light a fire under their butts because guess what? In another year and a half, we may not have a majority in the House of Representatives. And they just don't seem to give a crap.
They don't seem to. No, you want them to be working at the breakneck pace that President Trump has been working at.
Yes, that is exactly right.
The man doesn't sleep.
No, he doesn't sleep. But, yelling at Scott Desjardins, you heard him. He's waiting for leadership to do something too. I'm not making excuses for him or anybody else. I'm just saying that.
Can't he file a bill though? Can't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he could take.
He could press it.
Absolutely.
Well, I gave him the opportunity to criticize Mike Johnson, and he didn't really take the bait. But they gotta get up off their arses. And while reconciliation is going on, They can do other things. They can file bills. They can meet in committees. They can do something. It's almost like it's almost like, okay, so if you're not part of the reconciliation, what do you do all day? And that's probably a naive thing to say, but it's frustrating.
Oh, yeah.
It's frustrating because there was a mandate. We have the House, we have the Senate, we have the White House, and it just doesn't feel like they're getting enough done. And Trump wanted one big, beautiful bill, and I get that, but there's more to their job than just, getting budgets done. I realize that is an incredibly important job, but their job is also to work with the president to move forward his policies. And it's not getting done. And I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated.
I think we're all with you.
Well, you know what? Can I be honest? And don't get me wrong. I like Scott Desjardins. I like him a lot.
Yep.
But I'm getting to the point where my give a crap of these interviews is like busted. If I can quote, I think it's Jody Messina, one of my favorite singers. But it's like, if they're not going to do anything, and they can't do anything, or they won't do anything, depending on how you categorize it, then do we bother having them on? I don't want to interview people from the House anymore because there's no real point. I mean, am I wrong in that?
No, there's no real fire under their butts.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
Yeah,
but
you bring the fire. That's the responsibility of the press and people like you who are obviously, you're not press, you're not journalists, but you are the voice of the people. And so your job is to light that fire under their butts and say, hey, buddy, we want to see results.
But I don't think, I think I said that, and I think I told him my irritation. But it's just, I don't know. I'm frustrated, and I don't feel like I want to interview people from the House anymore right now. I'm done.
Because you get more out of Marsha Blackburn? I'm sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
Way to put him on the spot.
Wow.
No, listen, Joan's got a great point. I mean,
we're not getting
getting anything
the answers.
Here's the deal. We're not getting anything from Republicans.
Yeah.
I think it's been a minute since I interviewed Bill. I can't remember shows from day to day. I think it's been a minute since I interviewed Bill Haggerty, Senator. But, yeah, we're not getting anything from anybody. You know what I feel like? I feel like our majority in the House and the Senate and the White House, I fear that it's going to be wasted because literally there's one guy doing his damn job, and it's Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And nobody else has that fire under their butt that we have as conservatives.
There was one guy. And his dealerships were bombed and his cars were keyed.
Yeah. Elon Musk. They threatened his life and they threatened his livelihood and they tried to destroy him. And so I think that, and I shouldn't say, only Trump. I think J.D. Vance is right there. I do believe that Marco Rubio is right there as well.
Agreed.
But I feel like I'm just done with Congress, man. They're just not doing anything.
And there are others. I mean, yes, we just did the report that the Department of Justice is now digging into the whole Kilmar-Obrego, that traffic stop in 2022. But haven't you just wanted Pam Bondi to shut up and get off the TV?
Absolutely. Chris Hand and I spoke about that a while ago, where it's like, if she mentions and I realize people keep asking about it, right? I know that people keep asking, where are the Epstein files? Shut up about the Epstein files. Until you're ready to actually do something about it. The other day, this was a couple of weeks ago, Pam Bondi said something about, they're going to be out in a couple of days.
I know.
I literally told the TV to shut the hell up.
Yeah.
If you're not going to release them, then don't say you're going to release them. Just stop. Just stop, and then one day, just drop them. That's what she should do. Just one day, just drop them. But don't try to say that you're going to, and Trump shanked on that too.
Yeah.
Because he made a big deal out of it as well, and they were nothing. So yeah, you know what? Who am I really satisfied with? I'm satisfied with J.D. Vance. I'm sort of satisfied with Marco Rubio. I like what he's doing. I really like what Scott Bessent is doing. I like what Trump is doing. I'm baffled beyond belief over him wanting to rebuild Alcatraz. That makes absolutely no sense in the world. But, Desjardins said, and it is true, somebody said, we're not going to bat 1,000, where
Right.
he's going to do things that I don't agree with. And I laid out the whole thing yesterday about how Alcatraz, it's on a small island, and you got to tear the thing down. Then you got to put a new one back up. All the materials has to be shipped to the island, and they need a water desalinization plant.
Right.
Just build the damn thing in Texas or Arkansas. You could build like 3 or 4 prisons in Arkansas or Texas for what it's going to take to rebuild Alcatraz. That doesn't, I'm a supporter of Trump. That stuff doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Focus on the stuff that makes sense. And by and large, President Trump does. I don't get the Alcatraz thing.
So Alcatraz and Canada don't make sense.
Yes. And Canada.
The 51st state thing.
Yeah, the 51st. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
By the way, the new prime minister is in town today in D.C. He's going to be chatting with President Trump.
I think Trump should tweet out, "Make Canada great again," hashtag 51st state. See, that would be funny.
Right.
Wouldn't that be funny?
And it's just a trolling. And so people have to get it, that it's just trolling. It's not for real.
Yeah, I know. Let's see. Terry says they're all full of
stuff.
Careful.
Let's see here. I mean, yeah, people, they're coming in fast and furious.
They sure are.
I can't revitalize Alcatraz. God, they're so, you know what's so funny on the super text line? They come in so fast that you're reading one and then there's more come in.
YouTube is doing the same thing.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Oh, somebody's telling me to get over it. All right, very good.
Get over it. Wow.
Okay, 5069. Revitalize on Alcatraz is kind of symbolic, like America is back, so get over it. No, what would mean America is back is building 3 prisons in Texas or Arkansas or Mississippi for the price of building or rebuilding 1 Alcatraz. I do understand the symbolism, by the way. I totally get that. But I would rather be practical. And by the way, as I said yesterday, I don't want to revisit yesterday's monologue, but do you really think that California and the people and the Democrats in San Francisco are going to allow Alcatraz to be rebuilt? Of course not. You think we're seeing lawfare now? Wait till Trump, tries to, which I guess he is, tries to rebuild on Alcatraz. I get the symbolism. I don't want symbolism. I want results. It is 7:18. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather, today, a high of 73, near 73, and mostly sunny skies. 0251. Dan, you're overthinking Alcatraz. Leave illegals on the island without upgrades, just as it is. Those that try to swim away, meet the sharks. You know, sharks got to eat too. Are there sharks in San Francisco? I don't know. Are sharks in that? Yeah, there are. Are there? There are, actually, aren't there?
It's part of the ocean, so I would assume.
Well, I know it's part of the ocean. What's in a bay, I think. Alcatraz, whatever. Doesn't matter.
They generally don't come in that far.
Well, every time I read about Alcatraz, they talk about the shark-infested waters.
Could be. I mean, it could be. I'm not familiar with those waters.
Pam Bondi needs to stop auditioning for future job on Fox and get her butt to work, says Jean. I like that, Jean. Thank you very much.
Yep.
2473, I think Alcatraz should remain symbolic, and I'm with you about building new ones. Yeah. I mean, it makes more sense, doesn't it? You got all kinds of room in Texas. You know what? If you want to build it in California, they got all that room like out in Redlands and, San Bernardino, like way out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Build it out there, and you got a bunch of people that are conservatives in those areas. They would love to be prison guards. Trust me.
A couple of people, 1349 and somebody named Pat, making note of the fact that we have Gitmo, and it appears to be open.
Well, Trump said he wanted to send 30,000 people to Gitmo. Remember all that?
Yep. I mean, it would be kind of perfect.
Oh, I think Gitmo would be great. I think Gitmo would be outstanding.
Yeah.
So All right, very good. It is said we got a little off. I got a little off kilter on this segment. I apologize. I'm irritated. I'm irritated because I get frustrated because the conservatives like me and you, Joan, we've got a fire in us to do what we want to do, and when we don't see Congress matching our fire, our passion, then it gets a little frustrating. Then you throw up your hands and you say, well, then what do we do? We have the man we wanted in power in the White House. And if the rest of these folks, don't match his speed, well, then we're just going to get a little frustrated or a lot of frustrated. And that's how I feel this morning. Not really feeling it. Anyway, all right. It is 7:21, Nashville's Morning News. So, yes, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They said that there's a couple of things with this guy, just real quick. So he claimed that he was afraid to go back to El Salvador because a rival gang would kill him. A lot of people, including yours truly, said, wait a minute. Is he admitting that he is a gang member because he said a rival gang, I think it was Barrio 18, would kill him because he was in MS-13? That's number one. Number two is, again, former neighbors of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, according to the Tennessee Star. They say, yeah, that gang presence used to justify withholding of removal isn't really an issue with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. As Joan mentioned, the Department of Justice is looking at that Tennessee traffic stop now, and that is an investigation that will continue. Did you hear what is going on, real quick, with Kash Patel and what happened with Kash Patel?
No.
And the scurrilous accusation that was made against him by MSNBC. Did you hear about that?
What'd they say?
Oh, you know what? I will tell you coming up.
C.
No,
C's
yes.
time.
Yes, not C. We're English speaking.
Oh, ha, ha, ha.
All right, it's 7.
Funny, Dan, I laughed at one of your jokes.
Thank you.
I also smiled. I chuckled.
All right, good. 1 out of 500 isn't bad.
Yeah.
All right, 7:22. Joan's got the news coming up. Joan.
Yeah, more traffic stops around here in South Nashville this morning. We'll have more on that. Also, the new effort to help illegal aliens decide to self-deport from President Trump. Those stories and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:23 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, based on Joan, the super text line, I think we can all agree that there are indeed sharks in San Francisco Bay.
Okay. Yes, we're getting photos of sharks and
Yes, we are. 7:23, and guys, listen, if you're over 40 and if you're running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off, lowtcenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. Now, you know that they've got clinics all over Nashville, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans, they are tailor-made just for you. You can get treatments at the clinic, or you can be treated at home. But either way, you are always going to get the highest quality of care. Now, right now, in the month of May, you can also get a free consultation. And if you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. And by the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. That is lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. By the way, the other thing is, if you want to build new prisons in like Texas or Arkansas or whatever, you could put a lot more prisoners if you're on land than on the island. Bottom line there. Dan Mandis here from my carpet cleaning company, Zero Res. I've been a client for years, and one big reason is that they really do help me with my allergies. Now, carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home. It filters out airborne particulates and pollen and bacteria. You name it, Zero Res is going to filter out the bad stuff so you can keep your filter clean. And Zero Res does this better than anyone. They don't use any harsh chemicals or soaps, just powered water that leaves behind soft and fluffy carpets. Now, remember, a clean filter means a healthier home. Here in allergy season, that is critical for you and your family. You know, Zero Res, and I've always loved this about Zero Res, they don't raise their prices. They haven't raised their prices in years. As a matter of fact, every month they offer a new way to save you money. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned right now for just $109. Plus, you're going to get a free hallway. Let me repeat that. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109, and you are going to get a free hallway. Plus, you're going to get 25% off of area rugs. Restrictions may apply. Call right now, 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Book online or visit online, ZeroResNashville.com, ZeroResNashville.com. All right, coming up, 729, Nashville's Morning News. Coming up, going to do a bit of topic triage, right? We're going to do several topics in one segment. President Trump, I love that he is ending the funding for gain-of-function research. We're going to talk about that. The knives are out for Kash Patel, but not so fast. That story, those stories, and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning to you at 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Just learning right now that in Franklin on 65, the southbound lanes between Paytonsville Road and I-840, the roadway is closed down. There's an overturned vehicle. Again, that's on 65 in the southbound lanes between exits 61 and 59. The highway is closed down for an overturned vehicle. In the news this morning, the effort to find illegal immigrant gang members within Nashville continues this morning. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says that more traffic stops took place overnight in the area near the Tennessee Highway Patrol headquarters.
This is near Murfreesboro Pike, and in that area, our crew spotted on a transport van, unmarked vehicles, and troopers pulling people over. It didn't seem like anyone was detained or taken into custody from what we saw overnight.
Now, it's not clear if these traffic stops are related to the 150 that were reported over the weekend. In that case, there were people who were detained and sent to an unknown location in Louisiana. State Representative Justin Jones asked a THP representative about the identities and charges for those who were detained.
So there's no documentation when people are pulled over and detained of who they are?
They be a stop on them, yes, but now whether they're detained by immigration, that was separate of us. We were stopping people that were possibly violating the law or were gang members, and then once they didn't have documentation, my understanding, ICE would then do it from that point on.
Metro crime statistics show in the South Precinct alone, since the first of the year, there have been 10 homicides and 540 violent offenses. Meantime, the White House wants to help illegal immigrants to self-deport, so they're offering a new incentive to do so.
The Trump administration is offering cash and travel assistance to immigrants in the U.S. illegally if they sign up to self-deport.
We're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from.
Eligible immigrants will receive airline tickets to their home countries and $1,000, far less than the average $17,000 it costs the government to arrest, detain, and remove someone.
ABC's Christiane Cordero. Stock futures this morning appear to be down. Again, the Dow futures are minus 265. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732, Nashville's Morning News. Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. Great windows built here in America. I endorse these folks because they did great work for me. Now, if you've got old and inefficient windows, it is time to upgrade with Window Nation. They were ranked as one of the highest, actually the highest, on Forbes' list of best window installers. That's Window Nation. Now, they did put new windows in my basement studio, my kitchen, and my bedroom. They look fantastic, and they can do the same thing for you. Right now, they do have a great deal for listeners to my show. You buy 4 windows, you're going to get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. Now, these windows are energy efficient, so not only are you saving money on install, but on your electricity bills as well. Now, how do I know that you're going to be happy? They've got a 96% satisfaction rating and over 20,000 five-star reviews. And don't forget that great deal. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. .35, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. I want to talk to you about something truly life-changing, vision correction surgery at Vision for Life. Now, this is where I went. Now, like many of you, I thought that all vision surgeries were the same. I believed everything was just LASIK. But after doing my research, I did learn Vision for Life offers a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's individual unique needs. Now, Dr. Jeff Horn, my guy, he doesn't just restore your vision, he restores your confidence and your freedom. Freedom from glasses, contacts, and those pesky struggles like driving at night or reading small print. Now, I have, as you know, taken the life-changing step because Vision for Life made the process simple and clear, answering all my questions and matching me with the perfect procedure. And they're going to do the same thing for you. Call them today. Schedule your free consultation, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online, visionforlife.com.
Okay, once again, got an overturned vehicle, and so it's closing southbound 65 while they work on that accident this morning. The closure is between exit 61 and exit 59 on I-65 southbound in Franklin. Elsewhere, Clarksville, 24, the eastbound lanes at MLK Parkway, there's a crash. One as well on Murfreesboro Pike at Spence Lane, and then Nashboro Village, Murfreesboro Pike, east of Bell Road. The crash, which, by the way, is not in traffic, but it is causing some delays. Maybe folks are looking at what's happening over there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I got to wish a very happy birthday to someone, Joan, real quick.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
Travis.
Okay.
Remember Travis R? And it is his birthday. He's a loyal YouTube watcher / listener, and he's a big fan of Nashville's Morning News. So I believe that my gift to Travis was showing up to work today.
Your presence was his gift?
My presence on YouTube is my gift to Travis.
I think what you should really do is, belt out the song. Sing it for him.
Yeah, that's a big no.
Actually, it's copyrighted. We might get in trouble for that.
That's exactly right, KGB. Hey,
don't give him the out,
You know what,
KGB.
Dan? You should have just sat down and go, Travis, you're welcome.
Travis, you're welcome. I'll look right in the camera. Travis, you're welcome. I showed up to work today.
He used to hate my guts, too, but now he likes me.
Well, there you go. So we can all learn. All right, real quick.
Happy birthday, Travis.
Happy birthday, Travis. KGB, you going to wish Travis
happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you. Kash Patel, the word of the day, of course, seems to be chaos. So you know what's going on with Kash Patel, right? So he is getting blasted at every turn. Of course, some conservatives are hating on him, too. Feel like he's not doing enough within the FBI. And there's a lot of whispers and rumors out there that Kash Patel is spending a lot of time in some of the clubs and stuff in Washington, D.C., and not a lot of time on the job.
What do you make of that? That he's just been a little less visible than I think a lot of people, Trump observers, expected he would be.
Yeah, well, reportedly he's been visible at nightclubs far more than he has been on the 7th floor of the Hoover building. And there are reports that daily briefings to him have been changed from every day to maybe twice weekly.
All right, so
who's reporting that?
That was on MSNBC. And because remember the pattern. First, it was Pete Hegseth, right?
Yeah.
Trump is standing by Pete Hegseth. Now they're going after Kash Patel. Well, after that report, they had to come back and correct the record.
So this is both a blessing and a curse, because if he's really trying to run things without his experience, without any experience level, things could be bad. If he's not plugged in, things could be bad, but he's allowing agents to run things. So we don't know where this is going, but the one word that keeps coming back at me from inside that building is chaos. People don't know what's happening from day to day.
There's also been reporting, I believe, from the Wall Street Journal and Washington Post that Patel's spending a lot of his time still at his home in Las Vegas.
So you know, they're saying all of these nasty things about cash. It took like 24 hours, Joan.
Yeah.
Before they had to.
And now let's circle back to a segment from Friday's show. Frank Figliuzzi was on that morning during this hour discussing the work of administration officials. At the end of that segment, Figliuzzi said that FBI Director Kash Patel has reportedly been more visible at nightclubs than at his office at FBI headquarters. This was a misstatement. We have not verified that claim.
There you go. So they had to walk it back.
That's awesome. It feels like The View.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly right. It feels like, do you know, I've never had to walk anything back in my life.
Is that right?
I never have. Have you?
Not that I know of. Not that I can remember.
Yeah.
Not as consistently as The View has, that's for sure.
No.
Wow, that was pretty cool that they had to walk that back.
You got to love it, right? You got to love it.
Which means that the Justice Department got in touch with them and said, hey, buddy.
Yeah, it's like, hey, remember that time? Oh, by the way, remember this time?
Look, my job was to do it. Look, I knew I was on the ticket. I would argue because we did a lot of amazing progressive things in Minnesota that improved people's lives. But I also was on the ticket, quite honestly, you know, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck, doing that I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. And you look across those swing states, with the exception of Minnesota, we didn't get enough of those votes.
Yeah. And so, of course, now you have people really going after Tim Walz because, you know, first of all, that comment never gets old. There is a guy named Corey Brooks. He does a series called The Rooftop Revelations. And he's a reverend. And he stands on a roof and he talks. Now, Joan, you might remember this guy.
I do.
Do you know who he is?
He's the guy from, what was it?
Chicago. And they wanted, he lived on a roof for like over a year so that he could collect funds to build a community center in Chicago.
And wasn't he part of the inauguration, was it?
I don't know if he was part of the inauguration or not,
Okay.
Corey Brooks. But he completely, and I love this, calls out, and rightfully so, Tim Walz and the Democrat Party moving forward. He said this the other day.
There you have it. The self-appointed man of all white men. The one that has the code to talk to white men and command him as he may.
Yep.
It is hard to believe that such stupidity exists in the year of 2025. There's no lowlier man than the one who thinks of himself in racial terms. And Walz is such a man.
I mean, the C.O. Jones on Tim Walz to think that he is the guy that, you know, could give everybody else permission to vote for Kamala Harris. Like all guys, right?
Yeah.
That fix trucks and hunt or whatever it is that he said. We're all just a bunch of knuckle draggers and we're racist if we don't vote for Kamala Harris. So he was that permission slip. I mean, that does take a lot of
guts.
A lot
You're
of
welcome.
testicular fortitude. So Corey Brooks calling him out, but at the same time, he does seem to focus his ire on Walz as he did deem himself, again, the permission slip for white guys to vote for Harris. But remember, it wasn't just him. It was the entire Democrat apparatus that was in on this notion that white male Americans were so incredibly racist and primitive and knuckle-dragging that we needed permission from Tim Walz to vote for Kamala Harris. And they just completely bypassed the point that she was a terrible candidate and he was, I don't know, who was worse? Who was worse in their role as a candidate? Was Tim Walz worse as a VP candidate or was Kamala Harris worse as a presidential candidate? That's a tough one. I think Kamala Harris was still worse than the two of them. But isn't that the issue by and large with the Democrat Party? That they believe that Harris didn't win still because she's black and she's a woman. Sorry, but Kamala Harris didn't win because she was a terrible candidate and Walz was just as bad, if not worse.
If you believe I'm being harsh, then explain what value it is to be had of thinking of oneself in racial terms. Walz was a failure since he clearly did deliver the white man in enough numbers to win Harris the presidency of the land. So I ask again, what value is to be had? Is the man so delusional that he thinks he holds a mystical grasp of whiteness? I don't even think he thinks this far. His kind of whiteness for him is a virtue of sorts, and this is precisely my point here. For him, whiteness means racism. Walt's virtue lies in believing that his white skin is racism personified and that he is guilty of the privileges that come with white skin. He believes that all whites share the same guilt.
I love this guy, Corey Brooks. I got to start following him. But these things that Democrats do, if you think about it, they like to try and play on emotions, and they like to play on racial tensions. And if there's not enough racial tension, then what they're going to do is they're going to try to ratchet it up. But I don't believe that the racial tension, I don't think that stuff just plays anymore in 2025, does it? I just don't think that it does. They have played the race card so many times that, honestly, we're bored of the game. And now playing that card doesn't bring any fear. It doesn't bring any worry. It just brings, honestly, an eye roll and a sigh because nobody cared about race in 2025, in 2024 with the presidential election. The only people that cared about race were the Democrats, and that was part of their fall.
Whether it is desire to see oneself as innocent of racism, to disassociate oneself from America's racial past. When Waltz confesses to the racism of his white skin, he believes he is achieving innocence of America's racist past. And he believes that as a man who knows the racism of his skin, he must return to his ignorant tribe and deliver them from their inherent racism into innocence. But since an individual man cannot represent a race, we are left with nothing but yet another all-American racial absurdity.
Yep.
How many more of these absurdities must we endure? How much longer will we continue to believe that the use of race can lead us anywhere positive? If the absurdity of Waltz doesn't wake us up, then what will?
I mean, I love it. And I think he is, according to the super texters, that this guy is the guy that played the inauguration. But here's the thing. Trump and conservatives and Republicans, we don't need code talk for the ability to vote for or accomplish anything. We know what we stand for, and we know what we're working towards, right? We know the goals. A better nation for all Americans, a better economy for all Americans, a better foreign policy for all Americans, and safer streets for all Americans. We don't need any code talk to make America great again. We just don't. That's why Tim Waltz, his comment was so incredibly absurd. It is 7:47. Late for traffic on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. (7:48) Nashville's Morning News on WTN. As far as your weather goes, weather today is going to be a high near 73, mostly sunny skies. Hey, you want to play some Democrats who could probably use a little more code talk instead of speaking about how they really feel? So this is, I've got audio from Heidi Campbell, state's senator. I've got audio from Ginny Welch and Jeff Preptit, Metro City Council. I don't know why his...
Why does it make you giggle?
I don't know. Is his name really Preptit?
Jeff?
I don't think it's pronounced like that.
Maybe it's... whatever. This is Heidi Campbell.
Without due process or any sort of legitimate reason and snatch people up from their families off the streets, then there's no reason why they wouldn't decide to snatch people who, just didn't see things the way that they did off the streets.
I want to make sure you heard what
that is a very...
I want to make sure you heard what Heidi Campbell said. Basically, what she's saying is that because state authorities and working with the federal authorities have been out there grabbing illegal aliens with stolen guns and drugs, that it is Heidi Campbell's opinion and assertion that the Trump administration and conservatives are just going to start running around now, grabbing people off the street that disagree with the Trump administration. Listen again.
And snatch people up from their families off the streets, then there's no reason why they wouldn't decide to snatch people who, just didn't see things the way that they did off the streets. I mean, that is a very slippery slope, and we are very, we're wrong to support that kind of action.
Can you imagine? Hey, I'm pro-choice. Please don't snatch me off the street, conservatives or Republicans. How dumb is that?
She must have been taking cues from the comedian that was booted out of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, who also said she's afraid she's going to be snatched out of her home.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the problem is if this is their new play, if this is their new take, their new flex, I guess is what some people say, well, then it just doesn't make any sense. It's so absurd on its surface that these Democrats, they just have to be ignored because they're just talking nonsense like Ginny Welch.
It's designed to be shocking and frightening so that people will remove themselves from situations, maybe self-deport, whatever, It's designed to put fear in people's lives and to let people know that the big hand of government can come down and snatch your life away from you in a heartbeat.
Well, I mean, we are looking for people to self-deport, and if they'd like to do that, then they get $1,000 and a plane ticket. And here is Metro City Councilman Jeff Preptit.
These are our neighbors. These are our small business owners. These are our laborers. These are people who help to make Nashville what it is. To see our federal government constantly attacking some of the most vulnerable people in our community is beyond infuriating.
All right, so you can be upset all you want, but I mean, this is going to happen, regardless as to whether or not you Democrats in the state legislature or in the Metro City Council, whether or not you're upset about it or not, it is going to happen. As a matter of fact, it was happening this morning.
There was ICE activity reported here along Briley Parkway. Our photojournalist Thomas Davis was there. He's telling us he saw a white van pulling over people. He says the stops were quick, but unsure at this point why those people were being pulled over.
It's just like a white van. They don't even know if this is ICE or, immigration. They have no idea. They're just reporting a white van. And that's the way the coverage has been. It is 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up next, Donald Trump has done something I would say spectacular, and it's about time. And it has nothing to do with Alcatraz. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan, what's up?
We have just learned that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is under investigation by the Justice Department. Also, what Senator Marsha Blackburn has to say about those ICE-related traffic stops that are happening in Nashville. We've got that and more coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:53, Nashville's Morning News. Friends, are your monthly bills keeping you up at night? If you're worried about your finances in these crazy times, I've got news for you. Dan Mandis here. Now, if you're like most people, you've racked up a sizable amount on your credit cards, and the monthly payments, it's not making a dent in it. Well, it is time to call my friends at Loan Pronto. If you own a home, you have a super easy way to get tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. Loan Pronto has lots of options for helping you tap into the equity in your home and get the cash you need to get back on solid footing. Most homeowners who do this end up wiping out all their credit card debt and cutting their monthly expenses by $1,000. Listen, you didn't mean to end up here, but you don't have to stay here. You don't have to keep stressing about money. Call Loan Pronto for fast debt relief right now. That phone number, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Dan Manis here for my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, if you're planning to pop the question, let Brentwood Jewelry help you take the stress out of selecting that perfect engagement ring. Now, they can help you find a beautiful ring in your ideal budget. You can browse their incredible selection of one-of-a-kind rings or speak with their custom design specialists to create a stunning ring as remarkable as your loved one. Now, did you know that only 1 in 4 men involves their partner when purchasing an engagement ring, and nearly a third of women say they would prefer to help pick it out? Let Brentwood Jewelry help you. Check them out online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. $7:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So there is a lot going on still. One of the things that I loved that President Trump did, and this was yesterday, is he ended funding for gain-of-function research. I love that the president did this. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Don't forget, you can always watch us on YouTube, Facebook, 997WTN.com, and X. I prefer you go to Facebook, and I think I should say YouTube. I prefer that you go to YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll, and right now the Daily Dan poll is, do you believe it's a good idea for the president to give $1,000 for illegal aliens to self-deport? Right now, the numbers show
82% say yes.
82% say yes. I think for most folks that are, pragmatic and practical, they just realize that it costs less to tell them to go away. Here's $1,000. Get. All right, it's 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It looks like crews are still out there cleaning up an accident, an overturned vehicle on 65 southbound in Spring Hill. So they've got it shut down still, exit 59 through exit 55. Again, that's on 65 southbound in Spring Hill. And we'll keep you updated on that as we go throughout the morning. The Justice Department is investigating that 2022 traffic stop that occurred here in Tennessee when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was reportedly speeding in a van with 8 other men inside. We brought you this audio last week.
You know what you got here, right?
No.
He's hauling these people for money. You got an ass hauler is what he's doing, but sometimes they commingle dope.
ABC News is now reporting that federal agents have visited the owner of that van in prison in Alabama. Prosecutors have not said if they have enough evidence to bring charges against Abrego Garcia just yet. ICE and Tennessee Highway Patrol are apparently not finished with those traffic stops that began over the weekend. And Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell admits there's really nothing he can do about it.
What we saw over the weekend was actions that happen on state routes with no coordination with local officials. So, yes, I continue to be concerned about the mechanism for these actions. And I think what they've demonstrated is that they can occur at times and locations of their choosing without our involvement.
WSMB4 is reporting more of those traffic stops were seen taking place overnight in South Nashville. So what does Tennessee U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn have to say about all of it? Well, here's Channel 4's Amanda Hara.
Well, Senator Marsha Blackburn says she fully supports the arrests of anyone violating immigration laws. She says that communities across Tennessee have, quote, suffered the consequences of the illegal alien invasion that happened at our southern border for years. She says President Trump is doing what the American people elected him to do by allowing ICE to do its job.
Metro Legal is asking THP to provide a list of the names and charges, and they're considering of doing the same of ICE. There's growing concern about the safety of the nation's flights after some air traffic controllers at Newark Liberty Airport in New Jersey were left blind during a system outage. There was no radar communication for about 90 seconds. Here's ABC's Lionel Moisey.
In the wake of the system outage, many controllers have now taken medical leave, citing stress from a traumatic event. They're entitled to 45 days of leave, adding to staffing woes. That, combined with bad weather and construction, means average delays of 4 hours for arriving flights. And that could lead to a ripple effect across the country with the busy summer travel season ahead.
United Airlines is allowing customers who are traveling through Newark Airport to reschedule their flights without penalty. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures lower this morning as the Fed begins its two-day meeting, and not much of a chance that it'll lower interest rates. The Dow futures right now down 269, NASDAQ futures minus 222, S&P futures are falling 45. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, looks like things may have cleared up there in Spring Hill. There is a crash. It is blocking the right lane on 65 southbound, right at I-840, but no delays this morning, no serious delays around it. 24, the eastbound lanes at MLK Parkway, exit 11, there's a crash, and the left lane there is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
fact-fueled,
opinion-driven.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the fourth and final hour of Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. President Trump ending the funding for gain-of-function research. Of course, I love this. This was the president yesterday.
What this executive order does, first of all, it provides powerful new tools to enforce the ban on federal funding for gain-of-function research abroad. It also strengthens other oversight mechanisms related to that issue and creates an overarching strategy to ensure that biomedical research in general is being conducted safely and in a way that ultimately protects human health more.
It's a big deal. It could have been that we wouldn't have had the problem we had.
Right? A lot of people say that, sir.
Yep, and so do I. We all know what gain-of-function research is. They supercharge a virus. They manipulate the virus so that then they can develop a vaccine for it. That is the theory. It is dangerous, and it was banned by Obama back in 2014. Now, that is, as you all know, I don't need to go through all this again, but that was the research that was happening at the Wuhan lab, of course, when COVID escaped and changed our world forever. And so this has been going on for years, of course. We all know about Anthony Fauci. But the important part of all of this, to me, and you heard the guy say it, is oversight, tracking the money. Now, remember what Anthony Fauci did. Taxpayer-funded grants were sent to EcoHealth Alliance, a U.S.-based nonprofit focused on infectious diseases. But some of that money went on to the Wuhan lab, funding that gain-of-function research that was not allowed to happen. Obama banned it, and it ultimately ended up escaping. China still is not cooperating with the investigations, and people are still dealing with PTSD from COVID and long COVID and all those other things. RFK Jr., of course, was by the president's side.
And the justification for this kind of weaponry was, and these kind of research was always that we have to do this, develop vaccines to counter a future pandemic. In all of the history of gain-of-function research, we can't point to a single good thing that's come from it.
There you go. Donald Trump, of course, signed an executive order Monday banning all federal funding towards dangerous gain-of-function research in China, Iran, and other countries, blocking all federal funding for foreign research that could cause another pandemic. And I love that he did this. By the way, in a related story, one of the first scientists who actually pushed the lab leak theory, her name is Alina Chan. She's a molecular biologist over at MIT and Harvard. Now, if you remember the story of Alina Chan, I've talked about this before. She was attacked. She had death. Well, I mean, we all were attacked, right? If you dared, and Donald Trump, of course, dealt with this as well, but if you dared to even say, are you sure this didn't come from the lab? Are you sure that this didn't come from bat soup or whatever it is? Well, Alina Chan, she was one of the first ones to come out and say, this came from the lab. She was quoted last week as saying that these labs are still too risky. And so I like that Trump has banned funding this kind of research, but there's a number of different problems here. Number one is that the research will still be done in places like China, funded by other countries or by China itself. This is from CBS. Chan wants a two-pronged approach moving forward. She says there needs to be a full investigation to find the true origin of COVID-19, and there should be an independent entity like the National Transportation Safety Board for Travel to oversee high-risk laboratory research. And I agree. I mean, I think that is what needs to happen. But the problem is that China's going to do what China's going to do. And that's the problem that we have. I think Russia does this kind of research as well. So I love that Trump is doing it, but I still feel like China is going to do their research. And it's scary because, as RFK Jr. said, so far, here we are in 2025, he said there hasn't been one good thing that has come out of gain-of-function research. And we all know what Dr. Anthony Fauci did. We all know what the Democrats did. We all know what the media did when we were dealing with COVID. If you said it was coming from the Wuhan lab, if you said, wait a minute, why exactly is it that we're locking up children? The Great Barrington Declaration, I spoke about that for years now. I've spoken about that for years, where Fauci and the Democrats and the scientific and apparatus that is out there, they did everything they could to destroy the careers of anyone who called out Anthony Fauci, which is obviously strange for a man who said, I am science. Because isn't science all about having to prove your theories and being able to prove that your theory is right, even against other scientists who are saying, no, you're thinking wrong. You can't prove your scientific theories. Well, instead of proving his theories, what Dr. Anthony Fauci did is he destroyed anyone who got in his way when it came to the lockdowns. And so I think that President Trump, obviously in this case, he is definitely on the right track. It is 8:13 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so real quickly, Mayor Freddie O'Connell held a press conference about the ICE raids over the weekend. Word is they are continuing this morning as well. And this is going to be an ongoing process, but this is what the mayor said yesterday.
This is a tough moment, and I am heartbroken that today many of our neighbors in Nashville are experiencing fear over family separation rather than the safety we all deserve.
So there was a little hand-wringing. First of all, almost every single cut that I play from Mayor Freddie O'Connell, you can argue right back. For example, when he said, well, the safe streets that we all deserve. Well, when you're ridding those streets of illegal aliens and stolen guns and drugs, then the streets are going to be safe. But if you leave all those folks and those stolen guns and those drugs on the streets, then they will continue to be dangerous. I mean, that's what Freddie O'Connell and the Democrats are trying to sell. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Spring Hill, 65 southbound, 55 degrees. Boulevard due to an over. At the southeast split, Murfreesboro Pike, watch for an accident at Spence Lane, and Clarksville, 24 eastbound at Martin Luther King Parkway, a crash in the left lane. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, a high near 73 under partly sunny skies. And thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. Going over some of the more relevant audio from Mayor Freddie O'Connell, his big press conference yesterday, talking about the ICE raids this weekend.
What's clear today is that people who do not share our values of safety and community have the authority to cause deep community harm. We're still working to determine more about what happened over the weekend, but what we know right now, based on public statements, is that state and federal officials coordinated without us to engage in traffic enforcement actions clearly intended to target immigration concerns.
Well, yeah, they targeted individuals because of immigration concerns because they were illegal. So Mayor O'Connell, and I'm still trying to understand the thinking. Mayor O'Connell is frustrated that state and federal authorities partnered to get people here illegally in gangs in a raid that recovered drugs and stolen guns. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Because if he's trying to make the streets safer, you get the bad people and the bad things like stolen guns off of the streets. He's upset because they didn't include him in the discussions, by the way, it sounds like as well. Well, the reason why they didn't is because they knew that he, like other Democrat and Democrat mayors and so on across the country, would warn those illegal alien communities. They would. And by the way, also through all of this audio, I know that you're going to hear it, where they seem to confuse the concept of an immigrant with illegal aliens. There's clearly a difference. The mayor is asking, by the way, who is it that was taken into custody and what are the charges? I thought that this, which by the way is a fair statement, but I thought this was a strange statement as well from the mayor. Listen close.
What's clear is that federal and state authorities are intent on enforcing immigration law. Their approach is not our understanding of what a Nashville for all of us looks like.
So what does a Nashville for all of us look like? Just letting, illegal aliens into our city and just be like, New York or Phoenix or San Francisco? Is that what the mayor wants? What exactly is a Nashville for all? So I'm going to play that audio bite one more time, where he says that, it's unfortunate that we're actually trying to protect the streets of Nashville.
What's clear is that federal and state authorities are intent on enforcing immigration law.
Yeah.
Their approach is not our understanding of what a Nashville for all of us looks like.
Well, then whatever your approach in a Nashville for all situation is like is clearly not how the people of America voted. That's what I would say. Somehow the mayor sees that as a bad thing. And of course, he's a progressive, he's a liberal, he's a Democrat, whatever. But we don't want to become Chicago or New York or some of these other towns. Now, there's a group of organizations. Apparently, they have started now a fund for this community called the Belonging Fund.
We want to make sure that the immigrant community in this town knows that we have their back, and the fund will raise dollars that will support the needs of our immigrant community, especially those who've been affected by the ICE raids yesterday, providing funds to support childcare, transportation, housing assistance, food insecurity, and really anything else.
Right. So here's what I would say to that, because this is so exhausting. By the way, that is Hal Cato with the Community Foundation. If they want to do that, that's their choice. But I suppose that for me, there's a number of things going on. Number one, you're asking people to donate to this, charitable campaign when we are already looking at higher property taxes. We're already looking at, the last 4 years under Joe Biden where we had, 9.3, 9.4% inflation. And the bottom line is that immigration laws are meant to be enforced. The mayor has also asked if he had spoken to Governor Bill Lee.
I have spoken to Governor Lee, but it was very briefly about kind of the broader context of local and state relationships, because I flagged that this seems like a moment of significant tension increase between local and state. He is, I would say, aware of the complicated landscape.
It's not complicated. If you're illegal, you need to go. If you've got stolen guns and you're illegal, you need to suffer the consequences. If you've got drugs and you're an illegal alien, you've got to go. That's the bottom line. You can hand wring all you want. You can say, well, getting gang members and people with stolen guns and drugs off the streets is a bad thing. But by and large, the people of Tennessee voted a certain way, and that's where we are at today. There's also a question as to whether or not Metro will be contributing funds to help these immigrants. I want you to listen very closely because this is very important.
Metro will be contributing to the Community Foundation Fund?
We have not yet. This is something that has developed quickly under the same principles of that we spoke about in the state of Metro with regard to where we go from Imagine Nashville. We did have in our budget request some project management money specific to our ongoing partnership with Community Foundation. Haven't yet made a determination if we can use any of that money for this.
So he's actually considering, I think that's a very important soundbite. So it sounds like he's actually considering using money in the budget to donate to some of these organizations to help out these illegal aliens. Here's my question. If you live in Nashville, is that how you want your taxpayer dollars used? That's number one. Number two, how do you feel when the mayor talks about raising your property taxes again while wanting to use property taxes and tax dollars, generally speaking, to pay for these illegal aliens? How does that make you feel if you live in Nashville or even if you live in a suburb of Nashville? Because remember, as the property taxes in Nashville go up, then the prices of homes will go up in the other counties around Middle Tennessee because people are going to continue to flee Nashville at breakneck speed. And that means that housing prices, home prices, are going to go up across Middle Tennessee. So this is one of those moments where you can draw a straight line between the policies of Democrats and higher home prices, or the policies of Democrats and higher property taxes, because it seems to me like they're wasting the money. And so the mayor in Nashville, legal director Wally Dietz, spoke about new state laws that the General Assembly passed to help coordinate with federal authorities on immigration. This is part of what he said.
I'll say, in short, yes, we're concerned.
Yes, and there's good reason to be concerned because the state law was crafted quickly. It includes a criminal component. Violations of the state law could be a Class C felony, and so we're taking it very seriously. I'm working with counsel to analyze that law and analyze our response to it. We try to follow the law. This was an effort of a state to get involved in what is typically reserved for the federal government. And so we are looking at issues, and we have not made any determination.
All right. So there you go. More hand-wringing from the mayor and the Metro City Council. We have Democrats that are in the state house that are just hand-wringing as well. And honestly, to me, the more that they decry the arrest and deportation of gang members and guys that had stolen guns and drugs and the rest of that, well, the more they're showing off their true colors, which is just fine by me. Nashvillians, a lot of them anyway, will continue to vote for the same party that is siding with illegal aliens and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, that's just the way the city goes in Nashville. 824, Joan Jones is in the WTN Newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, some more traffic stops related to an ICE operation in South Nashville overnight. Also, police break up an occupation of a college campus building overnight. We've got that and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$824 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. And listen, 2025, this is the year that you really do need to get active again. If you've been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Now, I've been a client for over 10 years. I have never felt better. I arrived in Tennessee over a decade ago, and I went through spinal decompression therapy for my chronic back pain. It really has helped me a lot. Every once in a while, I need an adjustment. Dr. Mitch does fix me right up, and right now, a great deal from the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They are offering the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th president. 47% off spinal decompression therapy. Call them at 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. You can find them online anytime at painisbad.com and take advantage of the Big 47 offer. 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. I'm Dan Mandis, and I put my seal of approval on that deal.
Ryan.
826 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. You know, I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company They have helped me out several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse USS, United Structural Systems. Now, I am one of 30,000 satisfied customers, but I want you to listen to this recent review on Google. The guy says that USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. And he does give USS 5 stars all the way, as do I. Now, United Structural Systems, they will not charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and they won't pay a dime until that work is done and you are a satisfied customer. And they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and yes, foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Good morning. It's 8:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got a crash in Clarksville on 24, the eastbound side at MLK Parkway, still working that scene, and another in Goodlettsville on Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, westbound side at Center Point Road. The shoulder there is blocked off. We'll have more in traffic and weather right after the news. A new wave of immigration-related traffic stops occurring overnight in the same parts of South Nashville as weekend stops, and Mayor Freddie O'Connell says he's trying to find out the identities of those who were detained over the weekend.
I have requested, and Director of Law Wally Dietz has sent a letter to the state seeking the names and charges against any individuals arrested during this weekend's actions. I want to reinforce MMPD has asserted to us that they were not involved in these actions.
Meantime, State Representative John Ray Clemens has this to say about it.
It's offensive to me that my district that I proudly represent is being targeted as the locus of all criminal activity in the state of Tennessee, and that the people I represent are being referred to as criminals.
2 state representatives and 2 Metro Nashville council members have sent a letter to Governor Lee regarding the rash of illegal immigrant arrests, calling them racially targeted stops. Also happening overnight, Metro Nashville police arresting an alleged drunk driver after that person pulled out of an intersection at Gallatin Avenue and Grenada Avenue, causing the patrol car to hit the back of the suspect's car. No injuries were reported. And at the University of Washington in Washington State, more than 25 people arrested overnight. The group called Students United for Palestinian Equality and Return took control of a campus building before they were arrested. No injuries were reported. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks beginning to trade now, and we're starting off lower this morning. The Dow Jones Industrials right now down 288. We've got NASDAQ down 205, and the S&P 500 index is falling 47 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32. Dan Mandis here. How do I depend on Xfinity? Let me count the ways. I've got a lot of writing on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. Riker in his homework and his gaming. Amy working all day long from home. And, of course, yours truly always prepping and doing shows from my basement as well. All of that courtesy of Xfinity. And, by the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. And, you know, with Riker in the house, he is 11, it is critical that we are able to check out what he's watching. And with Xfinity, you can. You can depend on these folks. So check them out online today, Xfinity.com. That is Xfinity.com. Phone number 1-800-XFINITY. That's 1-800-XFINITY. Or stop by a store today.
Couple of problems now in Clarksville. The eastbound lanes of 24 right at MLK Parkway exit 11, a crash there blocking off the left lane. Got a stalled out car on 40 westbound at Hermitage Avenue exit 212, and the right lane is blocked off there. Paytonsville, 840 eastbound at 65. You've got road work and a right lane is blocked off. And then a problem this morning in Goodlettsville. It's Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, the westbound side. There's a crash in the right shoulder there, and it's stop and go from New Shackle Island Road, exit 6, up to that accident at Center Point Road. Spring Hill, 65 northbound, the off-ramp to eastbound I-40. Road work there, and the off-ramp is blocked off. And one more for you in Antioch, Murfreesboro Pike at Nashboro Boulevard. You've got an accident there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:35. Dan Mandis here giving you an update on one of my favorite parties of the year, the Glock Store's 5th annual open house. That is happening on Saturday, May 31st. Now, I've been to the previous 4. Every year, they throw open the doors and welcome all of Nashville to come and join the fun. Now, one of my favorite parts is the fact that they also have great specials as well. They've got specials on bullets, especially Burrow bullets. If you want a new gun, they've got specials there as well. They also have all of those incredible raffles. So if you want to check it out, check out their website. They've got 2 great websites, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. Don't forget, save the date. It is coming up on Saturday, May 31st. Murphy Show is going to be there, and I'm not sure, is Chad going to be there? You don't know? I don't know either. I know KGB is going to be there because KGB is filling in for me because sadly I'm going to be on a cruise to the Caribbean.
Sadly?
Disney cruise.
No, it's not going to be a Disney cruise, but But it's okay because nobody cares about me. Anyway, it's all fine, well, and good. Anyway, it's shoot270.com and also glockstore.com. Save that date, Saturday, May 31st. By the way, I should note, number one, Chris Hand, I'm not going on a Disney cruise.
Pixar cruise, right?
You're going to hear, I don't know what that means. When you said that, you tried that joke yesterday and it fell flat. I don't know what that means.
Pixar is like Disney. They're very similar. That's the joke.
Okay. Keep trying, KGB.
Pixar is Toy Story.
One of these will land one day, KGB.
One of these will land.
I don't have much time left anyways. It was a joke.
Okay, so KGB's been looking for another job. Did you know that?
Why are you saying that out loud?
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that. You hate it here. And then, listen, I get it. I wouldn't want to wake up at, 3:30 in the morning either. But I do it. But we're hoping that KGB finds another job for his own sake because we love KGB and we want what's best for him.
I'm just like now on the streets with like the stick with the bag at the end of it.
Yeah.
What is it, a bindle?
And by the way, it's passive-aggressive comments like that. It's okay, I won't be here long. It's passive-aggressive like comments like that. I'm really not going to miss.
Well, because you're going to get me fired. That's
I would never get fired.
Just wait. 6 months later, we're going to roll the tape on this and be like, how's the job search going, bud?
I'm living in the studio at that point.
All right, moving right along. By the way, somebody wants to deport Dan Mathers.
Oh.
This guy keeps calling me Dan Mathers. Is he like saying that because of Jerry Mathers, Leave It to Beaver? Because come on, man. If you want to deport me back to California, that's...
Wasn't Dan Rather of...
Mathers.
Yeah, but...
Dan Rather?
Yeah, Dan Rather was like a reporter.
Yeah, Dan Rather was a reporter. A disgraced reporter for CBS.
Is he butchering it?
Reporter.
Is this a botch?
Jeez.
Wait, hold on.
It's not a reporter.
Who, Dan Rather?
Yeah.
No, he's an anchor. He was a reporter.
He was no.
He was a reporter.
Okay, at some point in his life.
Oh my gosh, have you ever seen Dan Rather when he was a reporter in Vietnam?
No.
He did really. He did. He was. Remember earlier, Joan? Was it on the air or off the air? I really like. I like origins stories.
Mm-hmm.
So like, go back and see how Dan Rather got his start.
Yeah.
He was really good.
He was.
I mean, he was, and then he got dumb when he became an anchor, and he just started becoming, whatever. Who cares?
Screw that guy.
Screw that guy. Whatever. Moving right along.
So, do you think he's calling you Dan Rather, but with an M for Mandis?
I don't know what he's doing, but we've spoken about this way too much. Who's your favorite origin story, Joan? Do you have one? I'm gonna ask you next.
But this is a weird question. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Ask somebody else and come back to me.
KGB, what's your favorite origin story?
We talking fictional characters here?
Sure, whatever.
Okay, now you got probably Batman.
Okay, see, he's got a good one.
Or Punisher. Punisher's really good too.
Punisher's great too. Chris?
I mean, if we're sticking with reporters, the one with the best backstory would be Laura Logan. What she went through in the Arab Spring, and then to continue going on with her career and still be a
I love
speaker
that.
of truth.
Yes,
she's a beast.
Now mine looks terrible.
It does. I
didn't know where you was going with that.
You chose a fictional hero, and I chose a real one.
Yeah, you chose a real life hero. That's not fair.
Well,
you won't be here long.
My favorite was going to be Darth Vader, but then you came down with Laura Logan, and now I feel lame with mine too. So, whatever.
Well, I thought we were doing
Chris
reporters.
wins.
I'm going to take yours.
All right, there you go.
There you go. All right, moving right along.
I'll be lame and do the same thing.
I brought you a video of something that happened in the Oval Office yesterday, or I think I should say something that didn't happen.
Okay.
Did you see Donald Trump holding the big press conference about having the draft on the National Mall? The NFL draft in 2027?
I heard about it.
That's going to be cool.
So, all right. So, one of my favorite things was how awkward it got when they started asking about immigration, and Roger Goodell and Mayor Muriel Bowser from D.C. are standing behind him as Trump is going off.
And she is uncomfortable.
Oh, my gosh. Both of them are uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's worth the price of admission just to watch those two the entire time. Like, I wasn't even paying attention to Trump. I was just watching them. But the Washington Commanders decided to present President Trump with something.
What a great way to celebrate
the United States of America, the NFL, and the Washington Commanders. And President Trump, we leave on your desk a Trump jersey. You are the ultimate commander, so it is a Commander's jersey. There's no bird on it, but we appreciate you and thank you for everything you've done, and look forward to the future.
So I've watched a lot of these things where President Trump gets presented a jersey. Mm-hmm. He always holds them up. Always. He refused to hold up the Washington Commanders jersey. Want to know why?
Really?
You want to know why? He's a Redskins guy.
He's a Redskins guy, yep.
Is he really?
So,
that's right. Of course he's a Redskins guy.
We talked about this a couple weeks ago.
We did. We talked about it a couple weeks ago.
So he had to leave the jersey on his desk because Trump said, I'm not carrying that. I guarantee that happened.
That's funny, and I love that. And I love that about President Trump.
The camera had to pan over to the desk to show the jersey and then go back to the podium.
Was it true, Joan, you were talking about Muriel Bowser?
Yes.
And where Trump, everything was all fine, well, and good when they're going to have the NFL draft on the mall. But when Trump started answering other questions, then she started scooting away because she didn't want to be seen in the video.
Oh, I didn't bring that to your attention, but that does not surprise me one bit.
Do you ever see the meme where Homer goes into the bushes?
Yes.
That was Muriel Bowser yesterday when Trump started talking about immigration.
She absolutely hates President Trump.
She hates him with a passion. I think Roger Goodell hates him too.
Then why was she there?
It's her city.
I know, but
it's her city, and
she's destroyed that city.
But it's going to be a big deal in her city, and so she's got to take some responsibility.
Yeah, but she could have said that she came down with a touch of the Rhea or something and couldn't make it.
She could.
Which Rhea?
Any of them.
There's multiple.
Fill in the blank.
Is there more than one?
Gonorrhea.
Oh.
You were way quick on that, KGB.
He was.
Yeah.
Look at his bag. Does he have penicillin?
I'm allergic to penicillin, fun fact.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Very good. Anyway, so
yeah, it was really, it was delicious watching Muriel Bowser squirm standing next to President Trump.
It's just like
Gretchen Whitmer.
I was going to say Gretchen Whitmer.
Exactly the same thing.
Bowser didn't hide her face, though.
Yeah, that's true.
That was so funny.
That was so embarrassing.
Gretchen Whitmer holding up that manila envelope. That's almost somebody had to have made that into a meme.
Oh yeah, that was memeable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, by the way, we are being accused, Chris, of starting the ICE raids at WTN.
We did?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because it all started when you got rear-ended by an illegal alien.
The snowball effect.
That would be a moment in history that we will look back on. That was the kicking off point of the great ice raids of Nashville 2025.
It's going to be in the Nashville school curriculum now.
Do you know what I want to know? You think your guy got caught up in this?
Oh,
in all this? How funny
so.
would that be?
I hope so.
Oh, that would be cool.
Insurance wasn't able to find him. I know that.
Let's see here. Yeah, John in Lawrenceburg says, the owner also said that Trump is the greatest commander. Why did he say there's no bird on it?
Eagle, commander-in-chief.
The seal.
I
think
assume they went with the eagle. They were talking about the eagle.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
I thought maybe it was because birds don't exist. Yeah, I could have been that as well.
Also could be true.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, so that is... People are like, send them to Murfreesboro.
Send who to Murfreesboro? Not the illegal aliens. We're full.
Are you full?
We are full.
Oh, hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Ask Chris who he's got on today at 9:35.
I already heard.
Oh, I don't know.
So Dan, I hear Dan. Dan's like, I'm never interviewing a guy from the House anymore. I'm so tired of this. We don't get any answers. And Desjardins,
No, in fairness, that's not what I said, but go ahead.
And then he besmirched Desjardins.
I did not.
He ruthlessly savaged him.
Tell the story.
I had to turn off the radio and text Desjardins' comms guy and be like, do you hear what's going on here? I don't want to be a part of this.
Sure.
So then after that, you go, I'm not interviewing this guy anymore. And then Joan over there says, well, at least it's not Marsha Blackburn. And I'm in the car and go, well, that's 9:35 today.
No way.
9:35. Chris has her at 9:35.
Oh, no. Fingers crossed she wasn't listening.
I want to know what she thinks about these ICE raids and specifically Mayor Freddie O'Connell's comments.
Yeah.
hypothetically speaking, if you were to be the governor, how would you deal with a mayor like that?
Well, and I don't know if you heard me play in the audio, but there was a moment in that press conference where you can tell there's a lot of tension between Freddie O'Connell and Governor Lee. Now, I don't think Governor Lee cares for a number of different reasons. Number one is because he's on his way out. And number two, because Governor Lee knows that he's following the law as opposed to Freddie O'Connell, who is not. And so I think that for, if you're looking for who's right and who's wrong in a battle between the state and the city, clearly Governor Lee is correct. And the Republicans are correct for bringing in legislation that has the state cooperating with federal authorities.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing.
No. And do you think Freddie O'Connell would put out a heartfelt message like he did for the illegal alien community if, an American citizen was murdered by one of those illegal aliens in his city?
No.
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 So, your tears mean nothing, nothing to us at all.
That's the thing. And I did mention this earlier in the 6 o'clock hour, which is that the Democrats didn't care when Joe Biden was letting all these illegal aliens into our country for 4 years. So why should we give a rat's what about their upset that we're deporting all these folks?
And take it a step further. All of these Democrats are so angry at the Republicans for having to do what needs to be done, but your anger should be directed at the Biden administration, because had he just sat on his hands and not touched Trump's border policy at all, we wouldn't need to be talking about mass deportations and ICE raids in Nashville.
Yep.
But it wasn't that he just didn't sit on his hands. He actively, through lawfare, tried to make the border less safe. He sued Arizona over the shipping container wall. He sued Texas over the razor wire. Sued Texas over the buoys. Time after time after time.
And he flew them in.
If you're going to be angry at anybody, you need to be angry at your own party for facilitating the invasion that we now have to clean up.
Yeah, but see, they don't see it like that. They see it as they want these folks here. They want them here. And, part of my presentation earlier was a quote from the mayor that I'm going to have to paraphrase now, but where they want to take some city funds and donate it to some of these organizations that are designed to help these illegal aliens and their families. And it's like, are you kidding me? So this is why property taxes are going up?
And next year when they go up, they're going to say, we don't have enough money for these programs.
That's exactly right.
We have to continue the programs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the way the city's being run is just abysmal.
I believe that, your accident was the tipping point.
It was.
That's what TB says on the super text line.
Sometimes you got to take one for the team.
Someone said in the chat, Phil started the tax revolt and Chris started the ICE raids.
Oh, very good.
R.I.P. Uncle Phil.
All right, so real quick, what is coming up?
We
Marsha
do have
Blackburn at 9:35.
We do have Senator Blackburn at 9:35. Everybody's excited. I know it's appointment listening for you, my man. But we also have Anthony Watson, former Olympian, Turning Point USA contributor. He's doing an event with some school kids in Middle Tennessee today, so he's going to be in studio.
What's he doing?
At 11 o'clock. He's speaking to the kids, telling them about the greatness of America and how they can be anything they want to be if they put their minds to it, things like that.
Cool.
Whereas the Democrats will tell them how evil and racist this country is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
all right, very good.
Filling their heads with good stuff. But Anthony's a great guy. Like I said, former Olympian. He's got a great story, so we'll hang out with him at about 11 o'clock. Plus, we'll go through all of the latest updates on illegal immigration, the economy, and more.
Joan, what's coming up in the news at 9 o'clock?
Yeah, we've got more traffic stops occurring here in South Nashville. We've got details on that coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:51, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Now, friends, listen. If you own a BMW, an Audi, a Mercedes-Benz, a Porsche, any European car, there is a new place to get your car fixed and serviced, Renstall. Now, this is a great company, family-owned company. They like to say dealer-level service, but family-level care. They offer the best technicians, the latest and greatest diagnostic equipment. They are dedicated to customer service. Now, they like to talk about, dealer-level service, family-level care. What does that mean? It means honest pricing and not a corporate mindset. Just a family business helping out our neighbors and our friends by delivering honesty, respect, and yes, exceptional service as well. Renstall, by the way, if you're a veteran and you've got a European car, they also proudly offer the Heroes Service Discount. Veterans, active duty military, first responders, and emergency personnel all get 10% discount on all repairs. They also offer complimentary shuttle service and free Uber rides as well, immediate appointments and quick turnarounds as well. Conveniently located directly across the street from the Academy of Country Music and Live Nation, just 2 minutes from downtown and 5 minutes from Music Row. Check them out online. I love this website, itrustmymechanic.com. Find Renstall, itrustmymechanic.com. They're currently taking appointments, 615-777-7100, 615-777-7100. $8:54 in Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, we always get criticized because we talk about the Daily Dan poll, but we never, ever give the final results.
Okay. What was your poll today, Dan?
My poll today, Chris, was, do you agree with giving illegal aliens $1,000 to deport? And we dissected it a lot. We discussed it amongst ourselves.
What do you think about that?
On the one hand, it irritates me because, American citizens just don't get $1,000 free dollars from the government.
Right.
But from a practical and pragmatic standpoint, $1,000 and a plane ticket, go, because it costs us less in the long run to send them away for $1,000 than house them for whatever it costs to keep these folks here, which is like thousands of dollars.
That's kind of where I'm at. But
Yeah.
do you think a lot of these illegal aliens are going to take the bait on this one?
I see. That's the question. And we actually, Joan and I talked about that earlier, where it was like, okay, so if you're in that position, if you are an illegal alien and you've been here for whatever, 4 or 5 years, you're illegal, whatever, do you run the risk of getting picked up and never being allowed back in, or do you take the $1,000 and the free plane ride and hope that there is a program, an efficient program, that will allow them to, go through the process and come back in quickly? So I don't know.
I think it's going to have the same acceptance rate as the early buyout for federal employees.
Agreed.
Which was?
Wasn't it around like 30%?
It was. It was about 30%, 25, 30%. So I don't know. I mean, I like what the president is doing, and I like the way that he is selling it as well. My initial reaction was it actually made me pretty darn angry. But as time went on, I understand what he's doing. Because we always said, there's no way you can deport that many people.
It got you angry?
Yeah.
What did you do when you found out?
I ate some chocolate. I don't know.
Were you just fuming?
No, I wasn't fuming. I don't fume. I eat my emotions, right? So
I think you learned that the ends justified the means in this situation.
That was it. Yes, the ends justify the means. What a weird question. What did you do? I don't know what I did. I kicked the dog.
Curious.
I don't know.
Whoa. You kicked Bandit?
No, I didn't kick Bandit.
Okay,
no, it was the neighbor's dog.
It was the neighbor's dog.
That's acceptable.
Exactly
And he was drinking heavily. I mean,
oh, he was wasted on Jangrias.
No, I don't drink anymore. I told you. It was making me look like a blowfish. What did you say yesterday, Joan? What was the term you used yesterday? When we were talking about...
I'm not, no.
Are you
I'm
sure?
not doing it.
Pretty sure you
No.
know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
That's a good line for a promo if I ever heard one.
What's that?
I look like a blowfish.
I love that.
You know what? That could be a good hotkey.
There you go.
I'm going to go meet with the boss and tell him to grab that.
Yeah, how about no?
You know what? Funny,
about no?
this crosses gave me like 3 or 4 hotkeys I have now, which I'm very proud of.
Good for you, but you're leaving soon, so it doesn't matter, does it?
Won't matter.
KGB?
All for naught.
Just let the
All
new
for
guy know
naught.
where they are.
All right, you guys want to hear some fun audio?
I do.
This need some audio, KGB. Make sure your replacement knows how to pull up audio. This is
this is getting out of hand.
Just so we're clear, you're the one that started this.
Yeah.
Am I?
Let the record show.
You're the one that said, I'm going to be leaving soon in the middle of randomly, you said that in the middle of a break.
I said it in like a sarcasm, like, you're going to fire me.
Every good joke has some truth. We knew what you meant.
Little nugget tucked inside.
This is Scott Bessent.
Thousands of businesses are now catching the president's vision. Since he assumed office in January, companies have pledged to invest trillions into the U.S. economy. President Trump has secured more investment for our country in 100 days than President Biden did during all 4 years. Entrepreneurs, too, are starting to understand what the president is trying to accomplish. March saw one of the highest levels ever recorded for new business applications.
Yep.
Many of these men and women, like many of you, are grasping that America First is the blueprint for a more abundant world.
So there you go. Scott Bessent, speaking truth. By the way, real quick, KGB, I started talking about how we need to finalize the poll. So what are people saying about the poll? Do they agree or disagree with
final
President
tally.
Trump? The final tally.
82% said yes. Give them that $1,000 and get them out of here.
All right, there you go. Coming up on 9 o'clock, Marsha Blackburn, Senator, coming up at 9:35.
No way.
Way. It's all straight ahead.